And we are live.
Hey everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi guys. Welcome to a two-part one-shot that we are going to be doing for the next couple of Mondays while we have a little bit of a break in between from No Way Out and transitioning back to Mass Effect Horizons. We have a wonderful little surprise on the theme and everything that's going to happen for this one shot. We have Kiara Phoenix that is going to be our DM and take us on this crazy wild ride of a journey, which I am assuming is going to be dark and horrifying and wonderful all at once. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a treat.
Hi everybody. So I am Kiara Phoenix. You've probably seen me in other things I've done here on Bold Roleplay. So tonight we are doing a horror suspense genre that's in a kind of steampunk setting. So this is an alternate world from where the world in which a lot of our Behold Roleplay stuff does take place in. However, if they all decide to adopt this world as another dimension or something, they're welcome to do so. But it's takes place, it's a little bit more modern, but more like a Victorian steampunk style, but not exactly. It's not Earth. It's a different homebrew kind of world take on it. So I'll be taking them on an adventure. So we are gonna start off a little bit differently. Let me just kind of go over a few things real quick with the players and with our audience here. This is going to involve some homebrew rulings on things. So if some of you guys are like, "Hey, that's not rules is written on this," I've tweaked a lot of stuff to kind of fit the horror suspense genre theme, to fit the game in particular, and to fit a one shot. Because if any of you have ever ran a one shot, you realize it's a little different than big campaigns because you have to kind of tell a story in a shorter amount of time. So there's a few things that I do to try to help with the atmosphere, the feel, and whatnot. So you'll notice a few things like that. This is also going to be predominantly theater of the mind. There will be use of some Roll20 map-ish kind of things, but not a lot of battle maps. And most of it is going to be kind of just visual descriptions and that kind of thing, which when we get to the location our players are going to be at, it will make sense as to how a map's not going to be terribly necessary. But I think it will definitely add to the drama and suspense, it all being in our minds. And I always find that fun and interesting, how everyone's imaginations, you're all hearing the same thing, but each have like just a little bit of variation based on your own experiences, which I think it makes it very rich and fun. And sometimes when you have a map in front of you, you feel a little bit more limited to imagining the confines of what that has. So it's a little bit of an experiment in that way as well. So to start off, let me explain a little bit about the Chimera Collective. So actually, we didn't really talk about our players at all yet, so
And it's up to you if you want to do a background of the collective first and then introduce the characters. You could do that too.
Okay, so we'll go into our players and our characters in a moment. So the Chimera Collective is a society that was built to investigate strange occurrences that happen throughout the realm, to kind of stop these strange occurrences, often dangerous things, sometimes involving artifacts or some monstrosities. Usually it's something that is disturbing the peace in some way, and they need some people to go, some agents, we call them agents, to go in and take care of things. And sometimes they're hired by clients to do this, and sometimes they just, catch wind of rumors of strange things happening and go to investigate it themselves on their own accord. The organization is called the Chimera Collective, and they are funded by another organization called the Society of Ardent Aristocrats, which are a group of wealthy people that decided to put some of their inheritances to good use. and they benefit a lot in terms of knowledge and artifacts and things like that, and in other ways. So in order to become a member of the Chimera Collective, you have to be chosen and selected and invited. Usually individuals who have shown themselves to be remarkable in some way are approached. They've been watched for a time, some probably unknowingly, and are approached with an invitation to attend the academy, to which they attend for a year, go through some rigorous agent training, and once they finish that year of training, they are full agents and they get to go on their first mission. So we are joining our team of newly graduated agents who are coming together for the first time and going upon their first mission. Now this mission, even though they are full agents, if they fail pretty badly, this could be their last. So hopefully they do well.
No pressure.
So that they can continue. So let's go ahead and meet our agents. So they're going to tell you, since this is a one-shot and we don't have a full campaign to which you can kind of discover along the way information about who they are and what their background is, I think we thought it would be very interesting for our audience and engaging for you to understand where these agents are coming from, what their backgrounds are, who these people are going into this situation. So we'll go ahead and have our players introduce themselves and introduce their characters, and they're going to read a story about their character that's going to act as a little bit of a backstory for us. Zora, would you like to get us started?
Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, just want to apologize in advance. I am going to practice and attempt an Irish accent. I looked up voice coaching because I want to get this right because it's such a beautiful language. So if I tend to go a little British with it, or I just whatever, I apologize in advance. I'm not Irish, therefore can't speak it properly. So here we go. So first things first, before I get into my character's backstory, I will be playing Elwyn. She is a ASMR sorceress of the Aberrant Mind, and she is just like everyone else coming in fresh off the boat, so just a quick little thing there. So here we go. Oh god, this is a stupid accent. Oh, okay. Elwyn lived with her mother and her sister Olivia far from any town in a cottage nestled in the forest. They were barely bothered since, I'm just gonna say this regular right now because I just can't nail it at the moment. So it's gonna be regular. It's cool. So, Elwyn lived with her mother and sister Olivia far from any town in a cottage nestled in a forest. They were barely bothered since the forest lived near the edge of the Feywild, a place no one wanted to venture. But since their family had been there for generations, the forest had protected and guided them through time. She came from a long lineage of witches who were part of a coven who honored Morgan Le Fay. Elwyn was the eldest daughter, and so her mother trained her to be a witch like herself from a young age. She started off with knowledge, first and foremost, for knowledge was the key to all power. She felt like she had read every book ever written before her mother moved her on to herbs. She learned that every plant and root could heal or hurt you, concoctions and toxins, poultices and potions, and everything in between. Once mastered, she was then taught the simplest spells, such as lighting a candle, lifting a cup with her mind, all of which she achieved in record time. Her mother saw her child had a gift of the mind. Her telekinetic abilities and capacity to retain knowledge quickly was her greatest weapon. Her mother moved quickly into more advanced spells. As she predicted, her child mastered them in an incredibly short amount of time. By the time Elwyn came of age, she joined the coven through their rite of passage, and there was no doubt in any of her new sisters' minds that she was destined to be a powerful sorceress. Though she still had much to learn and achieve, the coven knew she would do them proud. But learning in the forest wasn't enough. She needed to learn more about the world around her through trials and experiences. When she was ready, the coven asked her to walk the world and learn more from it, to become stronger for it. She did as she was told and gladly walked from town to town, city to city, absorbing everything she saw. She learned quickly that witches and sorceresses were not unheard of. However, when mentioning her coven honoring Morgan Le Fay, it struck fear in their eyes. Fear was dangerous. It leads to anger, to unpredictable actions of the mind. Some tried to throw stones at her, burn her, break her, even kill her. She knew that her lady was misunderstood, and though she wasn't perfect, Morgan Le Fay helped and healed her people, and that was the light she and her sister saw. She quickly learned to choose her words carefully when asked about her coven, and chose not to bring it up if possible. But words are power, and words got around where she came from. She was sought out by a member of the Chimera Collective who saw her gifts and talents as a blessing, not a curse, and asked her to join their academy for training and to then work for them. Seeing this as an opportunity for more growth and knowledge, she gladly accepted their offer. And that's Elowen.
Awesome. I really love the witch aspect and how you combine the lore of Morgan Le Fay. That's just so cool.
Thank you.
She's one of my favorite characters from history/folklore.
Same. That's why I was like, I gotta incorporate her somehow.
Yeah. And let's jump on over to Wiznat. Could you go ahead and introduce your character and give us some of your backstory, please?
Of course I can. And unlike Zora, I will not be doing much of a accent tonight, mostly because I couldn't decide on one, and yeah, life. But anyway,
Accent optional.
yes.
Always.
I play Tao. He is a monk and here's his backstory. It is a tale that's been told 1,000 times. A young shifter named Crow sits alone on their bed in one of many orphanages in the city. Except this day, the nice couple actually wanted to adopt him. It was the best day of his life. He was wanted, maybe even needed. This wealthy couple told him that they were going to change his life, and as he rode up the long road to the exquisite mansion, his eyes began to tear up. Over the next few years, Crow, whose name is now changed to Tao, was taught to read and write and was brought to a level of intelligence that would no longer hinder him. What may have seemed odd to outsiders was the fact that he was trained twice, if not 3 times harder in the ways of martial arts. Any time he asked as to the reason for this focus on his physical performance was always answered with, "This is all to change the fate of this world." Years went by, and it got to the point that Tao was more than a match for many of his instructors. It was on a cloudy, moonless night that Tao's adoptive parents were set to journey to a very distant country in order to make preparations for the changing of this world's fate. Shortly after his parents disappeared out of sight, Tao heard a loud, thunderous explosion from the back of the mansion grounds, and where most of his training had occurred. He rushed as fast as he could to the training grounds to see a flood of armed men pouring through the ground's outer wall. In a flash, Tao was in the thick of the intruders, punching, kicking, tripping, and gouging. He made his way through the wave of flesh and steel. When out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of his instructors rushing towards him. With a breath of relief, he continued his onslaught on these enemies when all of a sudden he felt 4 sharp blows to the back of his knees, ribs, and neck. As he slowly dropped to the ground and the world went black, he saw his instructor barking orders to the mass of intruders. When Tao awoke, he was tied up in his own mansion's wine cellar. As he looked around, he noticed his instructor standing in front of a giant open wine cask as many of the intruders walked in, then emerged carrying crates of documents, scrolls, and weird objects. Angry, Tao lunged at the men, screaming, "Thieves!" but was once again knocked to the ground by a flurry of blows. He heard a voice say, "Hoist him up," as his body was brought to the same instructor whom he could normally best in any match, and the same one who definitely rendered him unconscious just earlier. Tao spit in his face and called him a traitor. The instructors calmly wiped his face and said softly, "I would gladly be a traitor to you than a traitor to this realm." Tao was confused. Was his teacher trying to stop their noble quest? His words now did not match the actions of the past few years. The instructor noticed the perplexed look on his face and gave out a quick chuckle. "Do you think you were walking a path of salvation? This is what your actions were bringing to this world." At that time, he was dragged into the open wine cask and he saw the true face of his loving parents. The walls were adorned with these black tapestries portraying a humongous beast devouring hundreds of people. On the floor was a giant partially completed sigil made out of what seemed to be blood. And all along the opposite wall were corpses of what he could only guess to be people as they were mangled beyond recognition. Tao threw up on the shoes of one of the men holding him. How could this be? His family could never have sanctioned this. They were going to change the fate of the world, and that's when it hit him. Not once in all of the years of living with these people did they say they were changing this world for the better. Tao was eventually cleared of any involvement with this doomsday cult, but with nowhere to go, he began to roam the countryside, aimlessly destroying any cult he could find. Eventually, after finding himself destroying yet another den of cultists, a familiar face approached him. It was his instructor from the mansion. Tao immediately went into a patient defense when the instructor raised his hands and said, "You know your talents are currently being wasted cleaning up these trash dens. Why don't you come with me, and I can give you purpose again." This was the start of Tao's journey with the Chimera Collective.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love that. So the instructor was essentially like an undercover agent, right? For the cult. Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
So cool. That was a really good twist on that. Mm-hmm. And let's see, Siva. Let's start with you, or move on to you and meet your character. Hear a little bit about your backstory as well.
Okay, I'm playing Crystal Gunn, and Crystal is a human gunslinger. And here's her story. Hi, y'all. I'm Crystal, and my story is all too common, and it plays out in the same notes sounded by many others. I was born into a poor family, and I had to make my own way in the world at a very young age. I quickly learned that the careless, weak, and innocent were easy prey, so I became careful, strong, and street smart. I discovered that the shadows, mist, and fog were my friends, and I embraced them, honing my strength and becoming more dexterous. There was rarely food set on the family table, so pocketing a bun or a piece of fruit as I walked through the market district kept me from starvation. I also realized as I reached my teen years that the genteel and nobles were rarely suspect if an item went missing from a vendor's stall. A long-term plan began to take shape in my mind. Middle-aged gentlemen who flaunted their wealth became my targets. With a beguiling smile here, a wink and a nudge there, a bashful giggle, or a light-fingered caress, a fool and his money were soon parted. I hoarded my coin, and I did not share my plan with anyone, not even my beloved sister. Then, one day, I was gone. No warning, no trace. It was a big city after all. I spent my coin wisely, invested in the clothes I'd seen countless noble women wearing. Mine were tasteful, but not outstanding in design, cut, or color. I was easily lost in a crowd. I was able to rent a comfortable room at a non-remarkable inn. And then I sought out Wilkes, a gnomish artificer who crafted a set of palm pistols. They had limitless bullets, and I also got him to make me a simple black iron rapier. Wilkes had friends in both high and low places, and I had an eclectic assortment of acquaintances from my years on the streets as well. Finding a place to hone my skills with the pistols and rapier was not difficult, but you gotta know street folk play for keeps. The scar across my face from my fencing mentor was a reminder that one should never let one's guard down and that there's always more to learn. Appearances can be deceiving. I walked about town as a genteel noblewoman, engaging in polite conversation with those I met in the market, always flirting with those unsuspecting middle-aged marks. A coin purse here and a necklace there paid my way. And Wilkes and his associates occasionally had some contracts for me. My victims seemed not to be missed. I don't think that I was ever suspect. It was a big city after all. One day was much like the next, until one day the Chimera Collective knocked on my door.
Thank you so much. Oh god, I love that sweet Southern belle grifter.
I love it.
Scrappy.
Yeah.
All right. And last but definitely nowhere near least, our wonderful Gilly Tam, could you please close us out with our backstory portion of the evening with your wonderful character?
I will be playing Mysteria. She is a Winter Eladrin Phantom Rogue. And here's her story. Elvira Amelia is exactly the person everyone expects as a daughter of a well-off family. Perfectly pampered, privileged heiress. An heiress to a family who's reached the pinnacle of their society. Middle class. The elven city Elvira grew up in reserves the upper class echelon for those who are worthy. High elves. And those born a high elf ensure that everyone remembers that they were born better. They especially like to remind families like Elvira's that if they were born better, they'd be upper class too. After years of watching her family be harassed, Elvira decided it was time to use her skills to do something about it. Under the alias Mysteria, she honed her natural skill of going unnoticed into a weapon. She became known as someone who could get in, get what's needed, and get out. She used these skills to obtain whatever she could find on the high elves and took their harassment too far. And if she took a few items they had tucked away while she was there, well, it's not like they can accuse a prestigious Eladrin family. Anything Mysteria dug up became incentive for those individuals to stay away from the Amelias and any family like them. No one seemed to notice that underneath Elvira's pampered heiress facade lurked another more dangerous individual. That is, until she received an invitation from the Chimera Collective. For as good as Mysteria is at going unnoticed, the Chimera Collective was better at noticing things others don't.
Love it.
I love us.
Got some sneaky people in this group. So just powerful people. I love, it's a really interesting like group combination you guys have got going, and I like how two of you have this very like mingling around in noble society aspect to your backstories. I think that's really cool. Probably not going to play into today at all, but
No stealing from anyone today.
It does make sense as to why the Chimera Collective clocked you guys early. So I guess now I have to, it's spotlight's back on me then. I can't just pass it on over.
Take us for
All
a
right,
ride.
Here we go. So we're going to start. Everyone's come together. You've gone through your rigorous training, your year at the academy, and this is the day. This is the day you meet your teammates officially. This is the day you start your first mission. This is the day you meet the heads of the Chimera Collective, 3 individuals you've not met before. And you get to see the elusive facility, the headquarters of the Chimera Collective. You guys arrive there at the headquarters through traveling upon train, each of you coming from the academy, riding along a steam-powered train to get to the Chimera Collective's headquarters hidden deep inside a mountain. Traveling at their private station, you disembark on the train, you and one other team. The other team goes off and you and your team go a separate direction. On the train, you might have had a couple of moments to briefly introduce yourselves, but you were pretty tired. Exams were just the other day. So you're kind of trying to get your rest on the train ride there, knowing that your mission could start immediately. So that will kind of get us going here. You walk in to the facility and you're greeted by very, very beautiful finished wood floors, and there's a large maps along the walls. There's gears and machinery working in different places. You hear the sounds of them going in the distance. You hear steam kind of from the machines whirring. There's electric lights that are very like Tesla coiled, dangling from the ceilings in various locations as you make your way to the large central chamber, where there's a large circular table with another map laid out on it. And you see, standing in the center of this room, kind of welcoming you in, you see 3 figures. And the first figure who comes forward his presence is hard to miss. He is a very tall leonin, which is a lion-like race. He has a large full mane of golden hair, and he's wearing a very formal aristocratic captain's dress attire with a wood and gold cane that he has beside him. If you had to guess, probably a sword cane. And he speaks to you in a very big, booming, we'll see if it's British coming out of me voice, as he welcomes you. Welcome, Asians! It's good to have you here at the Chimera Collective. Please, come on in. That is not British at all, but I will slip into it eventually.
It's cool. We don't claim to be professional voice actors. There we go.
Well, I'm trying to think in a million other ways. And he says, what else do I need to do here? Beside him, I'll describe the others as he introduces them, but he says, I am Lord Acastus Lavander III. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. All of you have been well spoken of by your instructors at the Academy. It is a pleasure to have you here for your first mission. Normally, you would get the grand tour of the headquarters, but unfortunately, the mission that you are about to disembark on is quite urgent, and so the tour will have to wait, which is a shame.
What's the type of urgency?
I will get to that, but first, let me introduce our group here. And you see, standing beside him is, God, I practice all this stuff in my head, and then it slips, goes poof, flies away. So he motions next to him, and you see there's a goat man, and he is much shorter than the Leonin, and he's in some plain breeches with his little tail poking out the back. He's wearing a sweater vest with pockets, complete with a leather pocket protector and artificer tools poking out. He wears a bowler cap on his head with holes for his horns to stick up out of, and has a simple gold-framed reading glasses that lay just on the tip of his snout, I guess it would be. His hooves are covered with a nice pair of white button spats to make it look like he's wearing shoes. In his hands, he holds a clipboard and a quill, and you can see that his body is trembling. And at first you think, is he afraid? But then you see the grin on his face and his tail wagging, and he's just very excited to meet you all. And let's see here. Castus says, this here is, fine gentleman, is Ellery. Ellery is our archivist and vault keeper. Oh, that's right, that's what I forgot to mention. I'm the head of the Chimera Collective. I am the liaison between the Society of Ardent Aristocrats. My family was a founder of the organization, and I also work on gaining new clients for us and working on gaining jobs. But Ellery here is the archivist and vault keeper. Very skilled artificer as well. And he is the master of research. So if you have any questions regarding information, he's the one to go to. And Ellery just is so excited, and he's like, hi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm very excited to work with you. I've got some very interesting items to give you today to help you on your mission.
That's very kind of you.
Yes. And then Acastus motions to the third figure, who has been standing and eyeing each of you quietly. She stands with her hand on her hip, and she's just kind of quietly observing each of you very closely, kind of sizing you up a bit. And you see a bronze female dragonborn, no tail. And she's about medium height, strong but lithe build, sculpted musculature about her body. She's wearing fine leather armor with gold embossing on it. Predominantly the Chimera image in the center of her chest. She has two well-sharpened scimitars that are attached to her back, but there's no straps. It's almost as if it's held to her back by some sort of force or magic, where she could pull them free easily at any moment. And she has a dagger that peeks out of her boot, her soft leather boots. Her long, dark red hair is held up in a loose bun by two very dangerous-looking needles. And she just kind of stands there, kind of watching each of you, and waits to get eye contact and holds it. I'm going to ask you guys, what do you do when she holds eye contact with you? What's your reaction to that?
I feel like, I mean, unless you want me to do an insight check, I feel like that stare is obvious enough that she's sort of sizing us up, and so Elowen will kind of do the same, but not quite sizing her up, but trying to hold her gaze as if showing no fear and confidence, and just stares back at her. No intimidation or anything, just holding the stare.
Holds the stare. Good.
Yeah, Wisteria throughout this entire time, she looked just a little bit bored, at least what you can see behind her mask, because she keeps her face covered. Gotta protect the identity, right? She's looked a little bored, and probably about when she catches eye contact, there's a spark of interest, and then she goes back to looking bored.
Clocked.
I'm gonna hold her gaze just as she's holding mine, and I ain't gonna look down.
Good.
Tao is standing straight up, arms just relaxed behind his back. He acknowledges and then continues to just look around the room and all the other people in it.
Oh, I would like to add Wistaria's bored expression is also slightly unimpressed.
Gotcha.
Cocky
She
bastard.
gives those of you who held her eye for a while, which I think was all of you, you can see she does a little kind of nod to each of you at holding her gaze as Acastus is kind of introducing the members, and he introduces her by saying that this lovely dragonborn is our weapons master and strategist. And he starts, he's about to go into a description as to some of the other things that she handles for the collective. But in a blink and a blur of motion, she lunges at Wisteria and Tao. What do you do?
Immediately go into a patient defense.
Take noted.
I'm going to try and dodge her initial attack.
Noted. Both scimitars flare out towards each of you. Go ahead and give me a dexterity roll, since you guys are both taking dodge action, sort of like patient defense and dodgy actions. Just a straight dexterity roll.
If she has enough time, she will draw like a dagger or something small. She doesn't want to insult anyone by pulling weapons, but... Ooh.
Like a dex save, or?
Yeah.
A dex save? Okay.
We can do dex save, yeah. Sorry.
That is a dirty 20.
Very nice.
17.
Very nice. So she rushes forward in a blink. It was hard to see. The other two, is it Elowen? Is that how you pronounce your name? Yeah, Elowen and Crystal You guys barely see this blur of motion, but the two more used to melee combat are able to react fast enough, and you guys are able to kind of dodge and weave your way, roll, however you want to describe that essentially, but you're very successful as she lunges out and does a double swipe with her scimitars and curls them back. And she nods at each of you appreciatively and just kind of says quietly under her breath, "Good speed, well done," and puts her scimitars back.
Wisteria's expression was interested up until she sheathed her weapon again, and then she goes back to just looking bored. This is kind of her default. Bored is default.
The Leonin Alcaster doesn't look surprised or interrupted at all. He continues to draw on, whether you're paying attention or not, about I think he's talking about the room now for some reason, kind of giving her time to settle down. And
insert filler here.
Yeah, insert filler here. And so she does take a moment and she holds Tao's eyes a moment longer, and there's a little moment of recognition there. But we can come back to that another time. So Alcaster is going to, or Acastus, I keep saying his name wrong, and he's my character. Acastus then kind of leads you guys to have a seat around the table. Would you guys sit, or how do you want to react to that?
All right, gladly sit, legs crossed, arms like up straight, watching, very focused.
Cool. Do you all sit, or sit on the table, sit on the floor, stand?
Tao grabs the seat where his back would not be open to anyone.
Okay.
Like, he wants to be able to see all exits.
You take a seat on kind of the far end of the circular table where you can have eyesight on the others, and you know there's a wall behind you.
Wisteria's going to turn the chair backwards, and then she's going to perch on it, kind of like squatting down on top of it, so she can quickly react if something were to happen.
Got it.
I would be sitting down in a chair, trying to look as refined as possible.
Gotcha. And some tea is brought out for you guys should you choose to partake. You see that Ellery has stepped away over to what looks like a dumbwaiter, and he's pushed a few buttons in, and there's a electric kind of sound that goes off. The elevator opens, and there's some steaming tea waiting there for you all. And he brings it out and sets it on the table. And Acastus then says, "Right, well, normally, like I said, we do the tour, more proper introductions, etc., fuller outfitting, but we're in a bit of a hurry. You're going to have a bit of a travel ahead of you, and we want to send you on your way, even with the teleport. So, you will be heading off to Talassi Bay for your first mission, heading into what is known as the Gorgon Trench Caverns underwater. You will investigate some strange bursts of magic, some leaks, if you will, that have been reported there. Also, there have been reports of mutated creatures being sighted and encountered along the surrounding coastline, resulting in the deaths of multiple coastal villagers and fishermen, as well as confirmed reports of 3 missing children. It is suspected that this area of magical leak is directly related to these reports. Find the source, stop it, neutralize the threats encountered, rescue the children should you come across them, and recover any significant or dangerous artifacts so that we can properly catalog and store them in the vaults. And of course, record your findings either along the way or upon your return. So take careful note of what you experience. Now, without further delay, we should drink or tea quickly, and we'll send you off through the teleporter. Do you have any questions before you head off?
Elwyn is sitting there, and when she's not drinking her tea, she's just kind of spinning her finger, and you see the spoon just kind of spinning on its own in the cup, stirring it for her. And she just kind of looks at him. I don't suppose you could tell me how long ago this happened? When the children were taken?
Well, reports have been dating back for about the past 8 months, but it's been increasing. At first, most of the people thought it was just strange occurrences unrelated. The occurrences have been increasing and increasing more recently, but we've got first or second reports as far back as about 7 or 8 months. The children have gone missing very recently, which is a part of the urgency of the mission. They went missing a few days ago.
Is the Dragonborn still there?
She is. She is kind of leaning up against a wall or a pillar that's in the
Okay,
center.
I'm going to turn my gaze to the Dragonborn.
Mhm.
Excuse me, ma'am. I don't rightly believe I got your name. Or did you care to give it to us?
Oh, I didn't introduce her name, did I?
Filler.
Filler. She's like, oh, well, we'll say that he was saying her name when she was doing the action, so it was very distracting. But she goes, my name's Gina Bezkari.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
She nods.
That autocorrect to Biscuit. That's not her last name.
It is now.
It's Biscuit. Gina Biscuit.
It's not Gina Biscuit.
I know, but
That's
autocorrect
Kari.
decided to fill that into Biscuit. And I'm like, nope, that's not it.
And she's a bronze dragonborn.
Bronze, thank you. I wrote down gold.
Is there anything else you guys would like to, any questions you guys have regarding the mission? Or the...
Tao speaks up and goes, 2 concerns. 1, do you care about the means that we do the mission?
We do not know what to expect down there. You have been trained to follow your gut and to use your better judgment.
So
Do what you feel is necessary.
as long as we get results.
Neutralize the threat.
And to follow up with that, my second, is there any specialized equipment that might help with the success of this mission?
Ah, yes. I think Ellery said some such about some things for you. He will meet you along the path to the teleportation room. He's getting the artifacts ready now.
Thank you. And he sits back. He hasn't touched his the tea or anything yet.
And as Acastus says this, Ellery, who was kind of just hanging out and kind of wiggling excitedly in the background, realized he was supposed to be doing something and kind of just tiptoes out of the room.
It's like, oh, okay.
So if that's it, we'll go ahead and Gina leads you guys down the hall to another room where you hear the sounds of some like things being dropped, heavy items falling from shelves, some other kind of gears and things working in the backgrounds, some banging, and some cabinets opening and closing, all of this very rapidly, as well as the sound of hooves moving around throughout a room quickly. And she opens this door that has these large gear mechanisms that crank as she winds the lever, and it opens up to see Ellery in a bit of a workshop. And he's grabbing a few things. He's got his hands full, and then he looks at a few of them and tosses it, looks at one, tosses it, grabs another thing, and eventually comes up to you guys. And he goes, yes, hello, Ellery here. And he looks up at Gina and blushes and goes, thanks, Gina. I got it from here, but if you want to hang out, you're always welcome. And Gina kind of nods and leans against the wall, kind of watching him. And Ellery brings up, and he approaches Tao first, and he hands you a pair of gloves with, they're fingerless, and they've got some kind of copper wiring that goes, it's soft though, it's moldable and bends and moves with you. And the inside on the palm, there seems to be some sort of device, and you occasionally see little sparks. And he says, these, if you'd like, I think would work quite well for you. These are, I call them the gloves of Zap. So what they do is, you charge them, right? You put your hands together, and then once they're charged, you'll do some lightning damage to whatever you hit. You look like a hitty guy, from what your file said. And if something's far away, you can expend the whole charge to shoot the lightning out. And I'll post, mechanically, it takes one action to charge it, and then you can do a ranged attack of 30 feet should you choose to expend that full charge. Otherwise, it stays charged, and all of your hits do 2d4 plus 3, which is your modifier, electric damage. So I'll post that in Discord for you shortly.
Yay!
And he leaves you with the gloves so you can kind of spend a moment with them. And they are an attuned item, but the way I homebrew attuned items is, I think it's kind of, I don't like how long it usually takes. I like people to be able to grab an item and be able to use it immediately. So it takes an action to attune it. So just a thought of acceptance in this moment. And then Ellery goes over and goes to a corner, and he grabs this long, it looks like it's a staff of something at first, and it's wrapped in a silk cloth. And as he unravels it, you see it's actually quite a large rifle. And he walks over to Crystal and holds it out to you. And looking at it, you see that it's this very black, sleek rifle design that has etchings and engravings of spider webs all throughout the metal. And he says, "This is Widow, and that little right there," and he points out a scope that's on it. Look through it.
I pick up the rifle. I do declare I've never seen anything quite like this. It's quite beautiful. And I'll look through the scope as he directs.
So you hold it up and you look through the scope, and he rushes over and hits the lights. And looking around, at first you're like, I don't see too much. And then you see everyone is lit up in infrared. Everyone that has body heat. And he says, that right there, that's drow sight. So you have
Oh shit!
So you have a 1d12 plus 3 piercing damage, plus when you look through the scope, you can see an infrared, which is the same sight as a drow.
That was awesome.
That's cool.
Well, thank you so kindly. This is really a great addition to my arsenal. Does it collapse or anything, or how do I carry this without it being noticed?
Oh yeah, I have a holster for you. It's a strap that'll go on your back. Here you go. And he kind of helps you with it, and so you can just kind of sling it on your back when you're not using it.
Thank you kindly. It's really quite remarkable.
Oh, I'd love to hear how it works in the field. I just recently designed the scope myself, so have fun.
Oh, you'll hear all about it for sure.
And yeah, it's very beautiful. The like spider webs have kind of silver within the etching design, so it's very kind of Loth inspired. And he walks over to Wisteria next, and he has a small red velvet jewelry box. and he holds it out to you.
Cautiously opens the lid.
And you open it, and you see there's a it's like a black chain, and on it is a ornate raven skull with in kind of carvings and designs of arcane nature on it. And he says, This is real special. This is the amulet of the Raven Queen. And what it does is it makes you even more stealthy. And you're gonna like this. So, in addition to making you even more stealthy, it can excuse me. It can detect the presence of undead 3 times a day. Dead. So it's a +1 to your stealth, and it can detect the presence of undead in the area 3 times a day.
Awesome.
And then he's gonna go over to he goes into a vault area. It's like a safe, and he bends down, he puts his ear against it, and he starts doing the combination, and then he opens it up and he takes out another, it's a longer kind of case, and it's this kind of dark wood, and he hands it over to Elowin.
Ooh, what is this now?
You're gonna like this based on your vial. Open it.
All right.
And you open it, and you see that there's this very ornate kind of curved dagger that has arcane runes all over it. And you recognize that the pommel is the symbol of Morgan Le Fay. And he says, this is the dagger of Morgana. And it's very special. It's a sentient dagger, but it doesn't like many people. In fact, it's pretty picky. But I thought maybe finally we might have found somebody it might like.
Perhaps it would like me. Give it a go.
Spend some time with it. Talk to it. You'll know if it likes you. We actually don't know what it does, because again, nobody has been accepted. Try touching it first.
Hopefully I'm worthy. She'll go ahead and she'll grasp the hilt and just kind of hold it in her hand.
Looks. Oh, good. Your hand didn't blacken immediately. It's
What?
a good sign.
Warning would have helped.
He shrugs.
I'll
So
have it to go
after-
later. And
Oh, what'd you
maybe
say?
I'll have it to go later.
And it is also an attuned item, but this one you do have to spend, since it's sentient, you do have to spend a moment. So while you're traveling, I think you'll be able to have a moment where you can kind of sit with it for a bit and speak with it in your mind.
Okay.
Let it accept you. So he goes, right. One moment. And he goes to grab something else. And he grabs a couple of vials and hands each of you a red vial. It's a potion of healing. So
I will take all of
yeah.
them.
One normal, common potion of healing there. And he says, well, if you find any interesting artifacts, please bring them back safely.
We can do that.
Oh, one more thing, Elwin.
Yes?
With the dagger, items like this tend to have different forms, so be aware things might change if it lacks you a lot.
How so?
Oh, different things happen with awakened type of weapons, but you have to figure out what it wants first.
I think I can do that. It's good to
Good
know.
luck.
Thank you.
And he go ahead and motions to Gina, and Gina walks you guys over to a teleportation pad, and explains to you that you're going to be basically stepping onto the teleportation circle, and it's going to transport you to a coastal village. From there, you'll take a boat across towards the bay area where the water's deeper, where you will be greeted by another agent who's been holding on to the vessel you'll be taking for a while. So to kind of speed things along, that happens. So basically, you walk on the teleportation circle, you're transported to the village, you get on a boat, you head on out in the water, and we're gonna take a brief break here for people to kind of, refresh your drinks and do whatnot. It's been an hour, so just a quick break, and then we'll be right back. So
Yeah.
is that it?
We'll see. Yeah, no, I was just waiting for you to finish us all.
Okay, we'll be back, guys.
We'll be right back. And we are back.
Hey,
Oh, what happened here? What happened here? Who touched
Camera
the
failed.
cameras? Who touched the cameras?
I touched all the cameras.
my camera did like.
Boop, 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 boop.
Well,
the
now
camera
you're
kinda freaked out.
the dungeon master now,
Yeah.
so Gillitam, go.
Yeah,
All
hopefully.
right, you're all dead. Just
Whoa.
kidding.
Rude.
Hopefully you were able to hear the change in sound. It's a little bit of a quieter sound.
Yeah, I turned it up just a smidge. Okay, are we back where we're supposed to be? Okay, good.
Some oceany background. So Wiznat will join us shortly, but we're gonna go ahead and jump on into things. So as you guys take the boat out, you're greeted. At first you see nothing. The boat just kind of goes out into the middle of the bay and there's nothing there, and you're like, are they coming? Like, what's going on here? And then breaking from the surface, you see this pretty good sized submersible that pops on up as there's little pop-up windows. I see like little
Sorry.
white boxes.
It's
Like,
the
the distraction.
downside to not having a third monitor up right now.
100, yeah, fair.
Not enough room.
So the machine that pops up is this submarine of sorts. It looks like a big metal fish, and it's all gold and bronze and gears and tubes, and you see different color kind of liquids kind of coming and going, and there's lights, electric light kind of coming through the portholes, and an agent kind of pops up, and it's this tabaxi, and he kind of tips his top hat at you guys and says, all right, I'm leaving her in your charge there. So the controls are down below. Pretty simple, pretty average. You guys have all been briefed on this at the academy. So have fun on the Leviathan. And he hops on the boat.
All right,
Motions
then.
for you to head down the stairs.
Never seen anything like this. Bit uncomfortable.
Wisteria's going to go down the stairs. Is it like a submarine where you go down like a ladder in, or the actual stairs?
Yeah,
So
there's
she's just going
there's
to-
a porthole on the top, and you guys have to kind of go down there is stairs that kind of winds down. So instead of like a ladder, it's some winding stairs, but it does
Okay.
go down from the porthole.
If it was a ladder, she's sliding down that ladder, but guess she'll walk
You
down the
just slide
stairs.
down the railing.
That's a little too undignified for her.
Gotcha.
There's a limit for her.
And you see, looking around the compartment, it fits about 5 or 6 people max. So it's comfortable for the 4 of you. And the controls are up at the head of the metallic fish. And there's 2 large open hole areas where it would be like eyes of the big metallic fish you can look out of. There's a telescopic thing, like a telescope. You guys can look
A
through.
telescopic telescope?
I don't know what it's called.
Periscope?
Periscope.
Periscope.
Thank you. Periscope. Like
Words.
nautical terms. Why are you failing me right now?
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
And then there's a lot of like different clunky kind of engine sounds and steam coming out from the below deck of this fish. So it looks like there's there's the main deck, and then there's 1 floor just below it. And you see there's sort of a trap door off to the side where you can get to that compartment where you assume sort of the engines and main workings of this are. The front, there's a bunch of different brassy levers and knobs. And looking at it, you remember there was a day that you were taught this, but it's gonna maybe take a bit to kind of recall. So we'll see whoever wants to take the helm how that goes. But you were briefly trained on how to use this vessel, even though you didn't actually see like the full schematics for it.
Is there a weapon system on it?
There is not. This
Okay.
is a more of a research vessel. But it is the only vessel capable of reaching the depths that you're going to need to go.
Asteria will pretend like she remembers this perfectly and walks up to the controls.
All
Just stares at him for a minute like, oh god.
Give me a history check.
Yeah, I doubt it with that roll. That's a 5.
Yeah, you got this.
I totally got this.
Well, this was fun. Thank you for having us, Kiara.
And we all drowned.
And we all drowned.
So, let's see. Just trying to pause a little bit for Wiznap, but we'll just keep going. So you, Wisteria kind of takes the helm, and you pull on a lever, and the submersible starts going down, but you forgot to hit the button for the porthole, so it's still open. And as you start diving down, water is starting to pour in from the top.
You're just smacking buttons trying to figure out which one works.
So
So lights turn on and off, other doors open and close. Finally gets the thing latched.
yeah, so there's like, as you're hitting buttons, like the fish has got the eyes, like this lid kind of flap covers it so you can't see anymore as the shielding is down. And the lights turn off and then back on and then off. And there's a bit of sparks going off in the side. The porthole's still not closed. Water is starting to rush in.
I'm gonna start like noticing, going like whoa, 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 and try to like pull it down and
Okay.
twist
Give
it.
me a strength check.
Oh no!
She's gonna hit with it not being able to find the button, she's gonna hit the lever to try and make us go back up as well. Because I found that one.
It starts listing to the side.
Okay, so I rolled a 13, so a 12.
Okay. You hold down and little water is still kind of coming through, but you've stopped the gushing of water.
Oh, good.
And finally the fish, even though it was listing to the side, starts listing up. So you're back up.
Would like to check to see if there's a manual on board.
Still pushing buttons.
You want to come? Give me an investigation check.
Okay. That I can do. 23.
Yes. You take, it takes a bit of time, but you realize finally that these plush cushions off to the side actually can be lifted, and you lift it up and you see that inside is a few kind of scrolls and manuals on how to work some of the engines down below, as well as a brief description of the controls at the front and what they do.
I don't suppose we won't all get together and maybe read this? Might be beneficial.
Do we all have time to stop and read this? We got water coming in.
The water
Can we
stopped.
stop?
She did manage to get it back to
I
the
did
top.
close it
Well,
for now.
I suppose.
Well, I'm a quick reader. Let me read it first.
All
I'll
right.
go ahead and I'll start reading it.
Okay. Let's see how fast you can read this. Give me just an intelligence check. Unless you have a skill that you think would be applicable, that you would prefer to use.
I don't. So
Very well.
I don't really have anything. But I rolled well, so that is a dirty 20.
Okay. So you sit down, and as the rest of you kind of meander about the fish and start trying to kind of clean up the water as best you can while she's reading, you're able to, it takes you about 20 minutes, and you're able to at least figure out the core controls at the front and just the basic kind of schematics on the controls. And you did find out that there was a button to activate the pumps. And so you can actually drain the water out if you activate the pumps.
Okay, so knowing that and seeing that there's like water on her boots, she's gonna go over at the button and push it and launch the water.
Okay, the water slowly starts receding out as the pump's working. You kind of hear this like as the pumps start working and getting the water out of the vessel. You also know the lever that allows you to lock the hatch, open the fish's lids, as well as how to do basic controls of the submersible now.
Would anyone else like to read this? It's very
I'd
useful.
like to give it a try.
Here you go. She'll hand it over.
Thank you.
Okay.
And she'll look over at Wisteria, just like with a raised eyebrow, and go, I don't suppose you want to read it too?
I learn better by watching rather than doing, so why don't you take the controls and I'll keep an eye on it.
You don't mind?
Not at all.
All right.
There is a seat right next to the sort of captain's seat, so you can kind of have a seat there. While Crystal, I imagine, is kind of sitting on the plush couch area reading the book. And we'll say that Tao has been we'll say he's downstairs, was checking out the engine room, making sure the water drained properly from that area.
Okay.
So he's kind of looking over the engine room area. So
Okay.
Can I try to also look for a map or something that will, like, some way to navigate from where we are to where we need to go?
Yeah. So we'll build off of Eloin's role from before. So you saw where all these papers were being kept. So you open back up that compartment where you saw her grab the scrolls and stuff from, and you look through some of the other scrolls, and it doesn't take you too long to find a nautical map of the area. And you remember that you're going into Gorgon Gorge, so you kind of are looking over the map, finding that specific area, and you see that it is multiple fathoms deep, deeper than you thought was even possible for anything to go. But you do have taking a moment looking over. You will have to decide if you want to look over the manual or the map to study the map. So if you want to be more of like the navigator, we'll say you take your time on that instead. But
Yeah, I think I'll focus on the map.
okay, so you focus your time on the map. The book is off to the side. We'll see if Tao wants to spend time with that later. So imagine, you kind of know where you're going, and Eloin knows how to go.
Do I, or do I need to roll to see if I know where I'm going?
The map aids you, but we'll see when you guys start. I'll ask for some rolls, but you have basically advantage on these rolls when I ask for them, if it's you who's navigating, because you have to, and you spent some time with it. But yes, there will be a roll.
Is the panel worth the controls? What is it made out of? Is it wood or steel?
It's made out of copper and bronze, and the toggles are partially copper, partially wooden, but they've been kind of furnished in something that's like some sort of resin or something is laid over it to kind of protect the metal, so it doesn't kind of get water worn. And there's lots of gears and inner workings underneath the panel. If you kind of look underneath, you can see things kind of working and chugging along.
So with Crystal helping, Eloin's going to go ahead and just allow her to like navigate, and she'll go ahead and with what she learned, kind of use the controls.
Got it.
Okay.
So as you guys are going on your way, I will have Wisteria, could you give me a you can tell me if you think there's a skill that's applicable, otherwise we'll go with survival. But if you want to make an argument for another skill, we can do that for your navigation.
Oh, I'm navigating? Okay.
No, sorry, I meant Crystal.
You just
I
said
said
Wisteria.
Wisteria, I meant Crystal.
Okay, and
Well,
you would
we
like,
don't-
I'm sorry, what would you like as a roll?
Either survival or something. You can make an argument for another skill if you think it's more applicable to a navigation situation.
Oh, I'll take survival.
Okay. an advantage.
Oh, that's even better.
So you thought to find the map.
Uh, 14 plus 3, 17.
Very good. And then can I get a kind of vehicle handling roll from, and you'll be making this roll also at advantage for thinking to search for some instructions.
Okay, so is this Dex?
Yeah, essentially it would be a dex roll, or if there's something else you want to make an argument for, we can discuss
Okay.
that.
Oh, thank God for it. Okay, so what's my Dex? 16.
Okay, good. So it goes pretty smoothly. You guys start diving down, and you know, Crystal knows that you're not quite at the right depth over the gorge. So if you were to go too far down, you would hit the base of the bay, and that could cause damage to the vessel. So you go at a slight angle, going down further, deeper, deeper. You hear the creaking and groaning of the metal as you reach deeper depths. You pass by, looking out the portholes, you see wrecks in the bay of other vessels that have met a stormy end, or have met an unfortunate end of a cannonball from pirates in the area. It's eerie and dark, and you wonder, how are we gonna see? And then Elwyn remembers the lights, and she hits the lights, and these two beams shine along the ship and along the sides. And visibility is still pretty difficult in the murky depths, but you can make out a good amount there. And also in the instructions, you do remember that there is a button for sonar. But
To use or not to use?
can I have everybody give me a nature check?
– 17.
Okay.
19.
5?
All right. So
But the average isn't bad.
Nope. I'm distracted by all the strange technology with these lights.
so
Ooh, lights!
Ooh, lights.
Asteria, you know that as Aelwyn starts to, do you want to click the sonar button thinking, oh, this could help us kind of navigate and see? And so you hear this ping. I wonder if it works on Sirenscape or not.
I heard it.
I heard it.
That was, yeah. I was like, wow, that was good timing. Oh, you meant to do that.
Yeah. I meant to do that. I have a button. It dawns on you that that's pretty loud.
Yeah.
There could be some creatures that might be attracted to that.
So I'm gonna reach over and turn it off and be like, we should probably hold on to that until we're a little closer.
Okay.
It just makes a lot of noise. Ruins the element of surprise if we need it.
It's a good idea. I should do that. Thank you.
You dive deeper. You hear the song of whales in the background as you go down further and further. And you see this dark crevice down below. And Crystal kind of directs you towards that area. You've reached Gorgon Gorge. And as you go into it, you think this is complete pitch blackness. And there's pretty high risk, even with the lights that you have, of hitting some of these narrow sides and rocky outcroppings. What do you want to do? Possible, but a little bit risky without the sonar. Sonar is also risky, as you know.
We don't see anywhere that may be a safe enough spot for us to kind of go around, like if we just kind of like scoped it out a little bit, see if there's any place.
So you kind of want to, instead of going into the gorge just yet, you want to go kind of around the outside of the crevice?
Just to get a good scope and see if maybe there's another way, just as a backup plan in case there is no other choice. I want to scope it out first.
Okay. So you take the vessel and you do kind of a wide sweeping angle, and with the lights alone, it's going to be pretty difficult, but go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Let's see here. 17.
So the 17, you can see the outline of the gorge, and so you can kind of follow it, so you don't get lost. You're able to follow it, but in terms of finding an area where you think the opening might be a little bit larger, it's hard to tell. It seems pretty narrow from up here. You might have to get down deeper and into the crevice to see if it opens up further.
Crystal, did any of your maps show an area where it might open up below the surface of this crevice?
Can I check to see if the charts give me any indication of the three-dimensional structure of that gorge?
You can see that the trenches go for miles, but in terms of the width, it doesn't change. And there's been no mapping of the inner trenches yet. You're going into kind of uncharted territory.
Might be best to take the risk with the sonar then.
I think we're gonna have to do that because these charts, there ain't nothing here that's gonna be any help for us. It's all new stuff.
It's a risk, but
I'd rather risk not having a hole in the boat.
I concur on that.
we can be careful. Do our best. Just
so
keep
you
an eye
activate. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just saying keep an eye out.
I'm more keep a sharp eye on the sonar to look for anything large enough that might be something that could damage the boat or attack us.
Okay. I'm worried about poor Wisdom. Hopefully he's okay.
No.
Yeah.
Probably kid problems. He did say she was having trouble going to sleep.
Yeah. So the sonar is going, and you guys are going deeper and deeper, and it's dark. But now you see there's a screen that, as you hit the sonar and hold it down, after a few moments, a screen does pop up. It kind of there's a little flap on the dash that opens, and a secondary monitor kind of pops up, and where there's this sort of arcane screen that shows you pings of where the sonar is touching, and you can see the basically the ground is the shapes of the earth come alive to you in the form of these blue lines, where you can see where there are these sharper ridges, where the shape and formation of the trench, and you can more easily maneuver the submersible down deep.
Since the lights aren't doing us much good, so we turn them off so that we don't attract even more attention in the dark waters.
It's a good idea. I can see in the dark. Can you?
I'm just fine in the dark.
I can't see in the dark, but I think with the sonar, it's our eyes. I'm good with turning the lights on.
I don't suppose your new fancy toy could help us out with the infrared.
Well, I could look through it, and I could go up to the eye here and have a look out with it and see what it does for us. But unless it's something warm and alive, I don't know. I don't think it's going to see the rocks, but we can give it a try.
It'll let us know of a creature, though.
Depending on the creature.
That's true.
Could be good.
So I will take the rifle and go up and use the rifle and the scope to sling it off my back and look through and see what I can see with that.
Okay. And you do notice that there's a little lever where the scope is, And if you want to, you can slide and click that lever, and the scope will pop off, and you can hold it up to your eyes or up to the telescope, periscope, so that you don't have to hold the whole rifle. You could just hold the scope. So that is an option.
Perfect. I'll absolutely do that.
Okay. So you hold the scope up to the periscope, and it's a little hard to focus. You kind of have to mess with some of the dials on the periscope to make it work. And you've got a very narrow and limited form of vision through that, but it does seem to work. You're able to, so far it's all black, and occasionally you see a little flicker of red, but it's very small and faint. Probably nothing to be too concerned about, but it seems like it might be working, so you can keep working on that.
Okay.
I'll keep note that you have that. You guys continue down, deeper and deeper. The sounds of the sea life above you fades, and you do start to wonder just how far are you gonna have to go. And you start seeing through the windows themselves, there's a faint glow coming from down below.
That's unusual.
Does it look like it's moving? Can you see?
Give me a perception check, as you guys are kind of trying to peer through the murky black.
Now, would I get perception at advantage with the infrared or no?
At hearing that, you kind of move the periscope, and it has two functions to it. There's one on the top and one on the bottom. So you click it so that you can look through the one on the bottom, and you kind of angle it it pointed in that direction where your companions described there's a light. So go ahead and since you're looking through focused vision at that, you can roll with advantage. Yeah.
And I'm rolling under survival again?
Correct. Okay. Well, no, sorry, it would be perception.
Perception, so that would be perception.
And we all got to roll this perception, or is it just her?
Yeah, I assume you're all trying to look.
Yeah.
And see.
Yeah.
So I got an 18 on my perception.
Okay.
Get 10.
Okay.
Would that be under like no, just a
Maybe
minute.
wisdom stat.
Yeah, it's wisdom stat, so okay, so that would then be 22.
Okay. So Wisteria, we'll start with you. You're able to see through just looking through the window and looking down. You're able to start making out color, and so you see there's some sort of like slight blue and green glows, and it seems to be slightly shifting and moving, waving with underwater currents almost, but it's a little hard to see. And Crystal, you're looking through the scope, and you're able to see that there is it just brightly shines up in red. There's some sort of a colony of something that is attached to kind of the walls and surfaces of the trench down in those depths that seems to be giving off a fair amount of heat. But you're not seeing any distinct shape. It's almost this amalgamation of this amorphous colony.
Oh,
I'll share that information with the group.
With that information, do I see anything on the sonar that's being in a specific shape or anything that looks odd compared to the rest of it?
The sonar seems to be only picking up the rock
Okay.
right now.
Is it further up?
So would you guys like to keep kind of cruising at the depth you're at, go down towards the lights, go away from it? What would you guys
I'll
like?
start to angle the submarine, so I'm not going directly down, but just kind of in a very slow decline at an angle, so we can see the light but not go straight down or straight across. I want to get kind of close to it.
Sure. As
I'll
you
keep-
guys... Sorry?
I'll keep looking out the window, see if I can get a better glance at it as we get closer.
And because of how dark it is, that's why I want to go slow. That way, if like we see something at the last minute, I at least have time to like maneuver out of the way if we need to.
Sure.
And I continue using the periscope with my infrared scope on it to look and to convey what I'm seeing to the others.
Alex, thank you for that follow. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you guys continue down, kind of angling towards this light, but trying to keep your distance, as you said. And all the things you guys said, keeping a close watch on that. And as you guys are heading down, you hear first you start seeing that there's some larger holes that start popping up on the radar, the sonar. These kind of large tubes start popping up. They're small at first, and they start getting bigger and bigger the further you go down. And then you see this, the sound of the sonar almost starts to kind of echo through. And you see on the sonar, an extremely large opening appears into the face of a rock ahead of you. And as you're getting closer, you see that the glow is actually some bioluminescent plant life that's lives at the bottom, that's starting to light up the cavern, allowing you to see a little bit more.
Given that we're in like a research type vessel, do they have ways of taking samples?
That was a good question, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, give me an investigation check for that.
Hardman, thank you for that follow. Welcome. Is it one of those machines that have like the little claws that stick out?
That's
and
pretty
you
good.
Just kind of grab.
Oh, 21.
21. So upon that thought, you go back over to where those cushions were again and kind of look through some more of the paperwork. And you see on a different scroll, there is some information about these tubes along the sides that have the ability to suction up sampling from the outside. So no claws or clamps or anything cool like that, but you've got these kind of tentacle-like tubing that can potentially kind of suck up some samples.
I would like to take a sample of the bioluminescent plant life or whatever's growing on the side of the wall, just for the sake of taking it back to collective.
I'm not gonna make you roll for that. You thought of the thought came to you. You found the thing needed because you guys already found that compartment earlier. So you were able to do so. So you work the pumps and are able to gather a sample that kind of pops into this little jar. And so you now have a jar sampling of some bright blue bioluminescent plant, and it looks like these very kind of spindly seagrass-like looking plant, but at the very tip of it is a bulb of light that kind of pulses gently. And even though you've severed it from the colony, it still gently pulses with light.
Does it look natural, or does it remind Elwyn of like the Feywild, where it's more enchantment than or enchanted than organic?
Give me either an Arcana or Nature roll.
I'll go with the one I have a stat in. Arcana. 17.
Okay. So as Wisteria kind of brings the sample around, I'm guessing you kind of show it to the others. Elwyn, you take a look at it and you take a moment to kind of study it briefly, keeping your peripheral on what you're doing. Crystal's also keeping she peeks out a little down there on the periscope.
Wisteria's like, I got the jar.
I got a jar. Sorry.
Yeah. Bioluminescent plant. That's
a mouthful.
But,
Yes, it is.
it doesn't appear magical to you. It appears pretty natural.
That's beautiful.
I'm just gonna-
Back at home.
We could try and grab another sample for one of you to take if you'd like. I was going to give this one to the collective.
If you don't mind, and then we can be on our way.
I'll grab a second sample for Elwyn.
Much appreciated.
You start working the tubes to kind of suck up, and this time you angle, trying to get maybe a green sample, because there is some blue and green kind of bioluminescence.
They're different. I want one of each for everyone.
There we go.
Well, we'll start with that.
Yep.
So as you're working on that, you hear a sound that you haven't heard before, resonating through the chamber. Something large. Something angry.
I should have said this earlier, but I didn't, so I'm just gonna pretend I'm doing it now. While we're collecting, I'm turning off the sonar.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say we should turn off that sonar now.
Yep. Meant to do that beforehand, but I didn't say it, so it's going off now.
All right.
Once we get this sample, we might want to shift positions so we're not in the same spot as when we were just dinging.
I agree.
So
Crystal?
when there's this very loud noise, do I see anything different?
Not at the moment. Would you like to move the periscope around away from the bioluminescent plant, kind of to scan the area a little more?
As soon as I find out what Elowen wants.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna say, I was like, Crystal Love, can you look around and see what's causing that sound?
I'm on it. I don't like that sound at all.
Neither do I.
So I'm going to start slowly moving the periscope around and trying to look over more of the area.
Okay, give me a perception check. Just a flat one, because this is a little harder. It's not a static object. You don't know exactly where it is, so just a straight roll.
Release the Kraken.
Okay, do I get to add my perception
Yes.
on though, right?
Yeah.
So that'd be 19.
Okay. As you're moving it around, you catch sight of something whipping in your vision. It's just bright red. There's something out there.
Oh my gosh. I think we got something moving kind of fast here. Well, everything looks red to me with the scope, but there's something I can't tell. It's just kind of going around.
Is it
I'm not
above?
sure if it's coming towards us or.
Is the position above us or below?
Which is it?
It is, she was looking down and then she started looking around. So as she kind of shifted it up, it was still kind of slightly pointed down. As she was kind of shifting it up a little bit, she saw something kind of whip past the vision. So sort of to the right, angled down.
I think it's to the right. I think that's starboard, they call that. Is that right? Anyway, I think it's on that side, on the right side, and just on the below the boat there, or below the ship thing.
I think we should maybe go down a bit more and back up.
You do remember there was a large cavern that looked like it could fit the submersible that would. And if you recall, the mission did tell you that the reports were coming from the caverns in the gorge. So you think you might have found the caverns.
I suggest we head to the caverns, try and get this thing in there and hidden away.
I don't think we want to go backwards. I think we want to go in forwards, though, just in case.
Yeah, let's go forward.
Yep.
It's going to be best.
Okay.
Hang on.
You kind of. At what speed do you want to go?
I would like to, Zero Roni, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome. I think I want to go. Try the best way to describe this. Slow, but yeah, I think I actually do want to go slow. I think I want to try to somewhat stealth and not make too many currents or anything off the ship, as if we go too fast to maybe attract this if the sonar attracted it.
Okay.
So I actually want to go at a nice soft speed so we don't attract any attention in the ripples of the water.
Okay. Oh, I need to turn off the sonar sound. You said that was off. Okay.
I turn it off, it's broken.
What is ticking?
We're dead.
I'm gonna be kind of where I can get try and get an eye on whatever's moving around outside. So whatever's position gives me the best line of sight outside of the submarine, whichever window that is.
Pressed up against the glass, just like, sure.
So you guys continue forward, and you're heading into the cavern, and as you go into the cavern, you see that bioluminescence starts spreading to the sides of the cavern, lighting up the tube and the pathway. And different kinds of vibrant colors, some whites, some pinks, purples, and the plants go in a little bit of variation. Some are like those with the little bulbs on the top, and others bloomed almost these wide kind of fern-like with these long leaves that kind of flow with the current that's underneath there. It's very beautiful. If there weren't sounds of some creature in the area, this would be quite peaceful probably, despite how dark and how deep you are. You follow the tube and you go through, and it winds around a corner and it opens up, and you see there's a large inner cavern on the inside, and you see there's some lights, electric lights, coming from the center of this cavern.
That might be our stop.
You head towards it?
Yeah, I was go a little bit. Still at the same pace. Don't know where this creature is. Don't want it to know where it is or where we are. So still at a nice, steady, slow pace. Try to make our way towards it.
Okay. You chug towards it, and as you get a little bit closer, you see things starting to pop into your view as the murky water becomes more clear. And you see that this seems to be some sort of large underwater facility. There's some areas of domed glass and others that are just all complete metal compartments. Some sort of huge structure deep in this cavern has been created. There's a slight glow to it in different places where there's lights. And as you get closer, you make out more details of rivets, portholes, different kinds of metals that were used in the construction on this thing, as it's on these sort of stilt-like appliances or stilt-like beams on then platforms. And there seems to be, it's pretty large, but it seems like there might be about 3 distinctive levels to it as you kind of head towards it.
Once we get a little bit closer, can I start to see any form, like a tube or a platform or anything that looks like maybe the submarine could fit or maybe it was meant for?
Sure. Give me an investigation.
Oh. 13.
Okay. You see that there seems to be a sort of path towards the bottom. Maybe that might be where you can go. So you start heading kind of towards the facility itself.
Okay.
And as you get closer, the sound of the creature comes back. But it comes back very suddenly and very loud. Like it's right outside. And suddenly you guys feel an impact as the ship shifts and shakes to the side as it bashes into the device. You see portions of the Leviathan start denting in as it, whatever this is, shoves itself up against the Leviathan, forcing you out of the current path that you were in. What do you guys want to do?
Is that area where I think where the submarine goes, is it like a place where I can like go into at all? Like it would be a safe place for me to like go in?
Potentially. It's a little hard to see, and the creature comes in for another bash.
Hold
and
on.
what I'd like from you guys right now is as it bashes into you, Elowen, unfortunately, you shove forward and you hit the lever that speeds up the device, and the Leviathan starts lurching faster forward towards the facility.
Good.
I'm going to ask for a group skill check. So you guys can only pick, once one skill is been used, you cannot use that skill. So give yourself some thought. What do you want to do in this moment that will help you survive what is about to happen as the ship is being attacked by a sea monster and careening towards this facility at a crashing pace? What can you possibly do to help you and your companions maybe survive this moment?
I would want to try probably acrobatics, in the sense to where I want to try to maneuver the ship well enough to make it in without trying to crash.
Okay. So I would ask for vehicle handling or dexterity, I suppose, for that.
I guess technically it would be the same either way, yeah, because it would just be dex. So yeah, for me the stats would be the same. So. Okay, it's okay. 19.
Okay. Whew. And what about the rest of you? What would you like to do in this moment of panic as this creature is shoving into you guys?
And the ship doesn't have any weapons.
Does not.
No harpoon?
Does not.
Darn it.
Is there a way, other than the big, is there a way, do we have anything like the equivalent of a suit that you can put on to go out, or a way that I could go outside the ship with a weapon?
I like your thinking. It's brave, but unfortunately there are no suits of that kind on this vessel.
Is there a way to leave the ship without a suit? Oh boy, that's suicide.
I mean, yeah, but
okay.
so
but
I'll help.
Is there any way other than the main hatch to leave the ship?
There is not.
Okay. All right then.
And just to paint a clear picture, as this creature has been bashing into you and you see these large dents, you see the thing is probably at least 3 times the size of the Leviathan itself. So fighting it may not be an option.
I would like to use Dex. Now could I use survival? No, I could use dexterity as well, or
It's already been used.
It's been used. Okay, I will use survive. No, I could use acrobatics to try and make.
So yeah.
To try and make evasive maneuvers.
So Eowyn's already handling the controls, but so the situation is, I'll describe this a little better. Basically, something inevitable is about to occur. How bad it turns out is up to how successful you guys are with these skill checks. There's certain things you can do to help basically prepare for what's about to happen, but to make it a little easier on yourselves in this moment of panic. So think of it kind of that way. But the controls side of things has already been taken care of by Eowyn. So you're about to be kind of knocked around off your feet. There's some supplies, there's things in the area to potentially help you, and
you want a moment to think, Siva?
Yeah.
Well, actually, then, okay, I think what I would do is acrobatics to try and secure myself somewhere onto the ship so that I won't be tossed around, and I would have more control over my movements if the ship is damaged or set on a different angle. Like if I'm sort of suspended somewhere, then if the ship flips, I would still have my maneuverability. So I want to secure myself.
Okay, so looking up, you see that there are some straps that hang down, that with a successful acrobatics, you could potentially leap up, grab a hold of that, and wrap some of your limbs in it to kind of brace yourself. So that way you're in the center, you're not going to hit any of the sides of the walls should an impact occur. So go ahead and give me that acrobatics check.
Okay.
And Eowyn, what was your roll again?
It was
Was it a 17?
17.
And there's no advantage to this one, right?
No.
Okay, 7.
Okay. And I will say I didn't say this before, but group skill checks, you need a certain number of successes over failures. And I'll let you guys know what happens. I just want to hear what you're trying to do, and then I'll describe what happens, because this is all happening at one time. So Gilly Tam, how would you like to prepare for this moment?
I was over by the station where we had the tubes that we're using for sampling. Is there multiple of them? Do they kind of... Is there a way to maneuver them in a way that helps slow down the Leviathan to try and cut through the current and create more resistance? Or are they more flimsy than that?
They're pretty flimsy. I was picturing kind of like these almost transparent kind of tubes that are tentacle-like in movement, but I'm trying to see how you might use that. I think maybe if you use them to try to grip onto some of the fins on the outside and hold the fins in place, that could potentially slow it down. So what kind of roll would you say would you like to try for that maneuver? It's some kind of precise handling, so I would maybe argue intelligence.
Do it.
Because Dex has already been taken.
Yeah,
so
I was
kind of like
thinking sleight of hand, just because sleight of hand uses that simple movement type thing.
These are all Dexy options, but it's fine. It's slightly different, so I'm okay with that. And you guys chose some pretty creative stuff, so go ahead and do sleight of hand, because it's going to take some precise movements here.
Ooh, that's a good roll, and so that's 24.
Okay, so here's what happens. The ship starts careening out of control at first. The Leviathan, the vessel that you're in, is being struck multiple times. Suddenly an electric pulse runs through and it kills the instruments inside the Leviathan. Elowen scrambles, trying to get the power back on. She luckily remembers in that moment the combinations to kind of restart it, and she gets the power back on just in time to pull up on the levers and the controls as you are heading towards a solid metal wall. Unfortunately, she's not able to pull it out into a safer location, but she, in that split-second moment, decides a glass wall is better than a metal wall, and she's able to careen it towards a glass tube and shoves itself into, as the crashing impact shudders the Leviathan. At the same time, Wisteria, you were able to slow the vessel down enough with that creative moment and the use of using the tubes to pull back on the fins to slow it down just enough so that the vessel doesn't careen straight through the glass tube. It actually manages to slow the vessel down enough to stop it, so it's stuck right inside this glass hallway, potentially maneuvering it in a way that you guys could get out and get to safety. So luckily you were able to slow the vessel down to enable not only a softer landing, but also avoiding the vessel going just straight through and careening into more of the metal bits beyond. Yeah. Crystal, you were in that moment of panic, saw these straps kind of hanging, and you jump up and you're able to grab it, but unfortunately one of the hooks that was holding the straps up comes loose and breaks, and you swing forward, flying towards one of the walls of the Leviathan as the creature bashes into it from behind, and you are going to unfortunately take a little bit of damage here. So you take 3 points bludgeoning damage as you hit the side of the wall and kind of bash a little bit against the side. Not too bad. But luckily, it was a success. The sounds of the Leviathan, the sounds of the creature begin to fade. There's something about this facility that seems to make it not want to get too close.
Does anyone have any idea if this facility is a friendly facility?
I don't know.
It was not mentioned to us.
It's probably why we're here.
I don't think it's on the map. Can I check again and make sure?
You go to move to look over the maps again. You don't recall seeing anything on us. This is all pretty much uncharted area. But you go to look, and all of a sudden, the inside of the Leviathan starts sparking. Fires start erupting in the machine. The gears are grinding. The sound of oil and burning coming from smoke starts billowing from the bowels of the Leviathan.
I think that's our cue.
We need to go now.
Yep.
Luckily, the opening is at an angle, and it looks like, as you view through some of the portholes, it looks like it leads into this hall that is quickly filling with water.
Yep. We need to go.
Let's go.
I'm going to take a second to grab as many of the charts as I can, roll them up, and stuff them in my clothing.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure I have my jar and it's in my bag.
Okay.
I have what I collected, and then I'm out the door.
Okay. And Tao comes out from underneath in the bows of the ship, and he's a bit smoky. He's putting out some fires on his clothing, and he's probably complaining about what's going on. But he follows your lead, getting out of the vessel. It seems that he got, during one of the first impacts of the creature, it kind of stuck the trap door and he wasn't able to get out during that time. But when you guys crash landed, it loosened the hatch enough for him to get out. So he's been kind of stuck in there for a little while. So you guys open the porthole, you head out, and you're in this glass hallway, and water is starting to pour in. You see the shape of this large creature just fading out of view, and it's got this long, thick tail, and it has this sort of kind of electric sparking along its back. That's all you're able to make out.
Does it look, does the shape almost look kind of eel-like as far as like a very long body, or was it really only the tail that we could see?
I would say, I'm not going to make you roll for this. It definitely looked more eel-like than like a shark or a fish.
Okay.
But extremely large.
Can we see a door that we go through and maybe seal off to keep the water from expanding to the rest of the facility?
Yeah, looking as you guys go into the hallway, you see there is a metal sealed door ahead of you. The Leviathan is behind you, blocking the path to the other side of the hall. So it's really the only direction you can go right now.
I'm going to start heading to that door, and when I get to the door, I'm going to look for anything that might hinder it from opening, traps, locks, etc.
Okay, so give me a what is that? Investigation, I think. Give me an investigation.
Yeah, I think so.
And the water is slowly starting to fill. It is now almost to your waist.
21.
You quickly look over it in your haste, and it doesn't appear to be dangerous. It has a basically a wheel that you would kind of turn, so it looks like it is capable of sealing water out. But you better get it open fast, because the more water pressure gets pushed onto it, the harder this is going to be to open.
Any of you, I'm not great with feats of strength. Any of you great with this?
I suppose all together we could...
Yeah, let's all pull.
Okay.
Let's not open it too fast so water doesn't go flowing in.
Yeah, we just need to get through and then close it.
Yep, let's go. So
okay, all together.
I'll hold one part.
I'll brace and... Yep. 1, 2, 3, pull!
So go ahead and we're going to make this a, let's see, group strength check.
Are any of us somewhat good with strength?
No.
Not too bad.
I'm terrible.
Okay,
I noticed that strength was not one of our best out of all four of us.
Yeah, how about
We're a Dexy group.
Take the lead on this one, and she can roll with advantage as you guys help.
Okay.
I'm lowering the DC in my mind as well, because you guys are helping.
Okay, did you say Crystal?
Yes.
I can. Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
I think you're the best at this, probably, in the moment.
Yeah, you're the strongest out of us.
I kind of know my
12.
strength.
Okay. So a 12 is enough.
Oh my
With
God.
the rest of you helping, you're able to lower the DC for this. So you managed to get it open, but just enough for a few of you to get in at a time. So one by one, you slip in, till the last one of you, Crystal, you're able to, as the others push on the other side to hold it open for you, you're able to slip on in, and then the door slams shut and you spin it closed. Some of the water spilling into the room that you find yourselves in.
I'd like to activate whatever mechanism I saw on the door that would seal it off.
Okay, so you, with the investigation check that you did before, you noticed it would be the wheel that you spinned.
Mm-hmm.
So you make sure, you kind of double check that it's kind of locked in place, and it does feel like it's pretty secure.
Okay.
No water is escaping from the bottom now.
Is it pretty dark in here?
It's pretty dark, but let me describe what you guys are able to see. So you find yourselves in what immediately translates as a library to you. It's dark, but there's 2 levels to this room, and the upper level seems to have portholes along the sides where the bioluminescent plants seem to be kind of shining and providing a little bit of light. The library is a large oval-shaped 2-tiered room, and along the walls are tall, based on the limited light, it looks to be bronze and steel bookshelves, along with 2 ladders on either side of the room that rolls around on rails that are attached to the lip of the upper level. There are there's a spiral staircase that winds up to the upper level that you can walk up. In the center of the room, you see multiple work desks with coiled electric light lamps that are turned off currently attached to them. And numerous books, papers, writing supplies are spread about, as well as tossed onto the floor. The room is filled with the smell of books, paper, spilled ink, and dried blood. 2 sets of large metallic double doors can be seen. One you just came through, or not double doors, but just a metallic door with that wheel. One you just came through, and the other is on the other side of the room.
I want
to go towards wherever I smell the blood, but I'm going to do so stealthily. We're trying to like hide behind things and just kind of creep towards it. I don't want to make my presence known.
Okay.
But I want to get eyes on wherever. At the 19 for me.
Okay. So are the rest of you just waiting to see what Wisteria?
Actually, I want to go over to one of the desks, and without touching anything, I want to look and see with some of the papers and books if they are in a language I can read.
It's really hard to make out any writing with the lights off down here.
That's where I come in, and I'm just wanting to wait.
I'll motion for Elwyn to come over and have a look.
So what?
I'm trying with my periscope, but it's not warm, so I'm getting nowhere.
So noticing how dark it is, and even though she has dark vision, she's still going to, she's just going to kind of wave her hand, and this staff just comes out of the air, and she holds on to it, and on the top of the staff just looks like this gnarled piece of wood with like a rune on it, and she goes ahead and she waves her hand and a firefly pops out, and she traps it and pushes it into the top of that gnarled portion, and when she lets go, it just lights up as she casts the light spell on it, and she's gonna walk on over to Crystal and take a good look. So now we can see at least within a 20-foot radius of dim light.
All right. And you can actually, you see that there are lamps, so you could turn on some of the lamps as well, but your light offers enough for you guys to see and make out the writing. It does appear to be writing in Common as well as a few other languages, including Gnomish, which I know Crystal reads, and what languages do the rest of you speak or read?
Abyssal, Celestial, and Primordial.
None of
Yeah.
those.
Elvish and Thieves' Cant.
Elvish, you see.
Womp womp.
I'll see later after I'm done checking out where the blood is.
Yeah. But the two of you would notice and recognize, even if you can't read Elvish, you would recognize Elvish script. You see Dwarvish script, you see Gnomish script, and Common. Right now, at least on that particular desk. Stealthing around, how far do you want to go into the... You're heading towards where the dried blood is?
Yeah, she just wants to get eyes on what's causing the smell of blood.
So you see that... I'm trying to get music up at the same time here.
Okay,
Just
take your time.
Creepy sound. There we go. So you see seems to be like skid marks of the dried blood leading out towards the door, like a body was dragged.
Seeing that, I'm more circle back to my companions. I don't want to go any further, but I will relate to them what I saw. And then when I notice the Elvish, I'll point it out. Like, oh, there's Elvish.
Okay.
Why is there so many languages on here?
Does it say the same thing as this? And she'll hold up the papers that have common and compare them.
I'll read through the Elvish to see if it says the same thing.
So flipping through the papers, you see it seems to be a lot of various like research notes on different experimentation with different spells.
What kind of spells?
Give me an Arcana.
Do any of them, granted my magic knowledge is limited, do any of them seem like they'd have the effects that would cause what we're sent to research for the what we call them? The bursts of magical effects or leaks of magic?
Give me an investigation check.
It was a 16 on Arcana.
With a 16, you note that the particular set of notes that you're reading appears to be of conjuration design.
And that's a 15 on investigation.
Can I have a look at one of the gnomish papers to see if perhaps there's some artificers or some tinkerers that have been working on explosives or anything like that?
Yeah, and it is actually an artificer's notes. And they are... Pull up my notes on this. So you actually find... it's a collection of notes. It's in this it's opened, and picking it up, you notice this sort of leather-bound journal of sorts that's been, the papers have been sewn into the book. And you see that it's the journal of a gnome, presumably, named Ivan von Briggs. And this looks to be a record book, and he goes into details regarding the construction of this facility. And he calls it Libertas Arcanum. And he describes the masterful completion of magical conduit receptors built into the walls and doors, the security of the facility. All of it powered by something they call the Master Crystal, which is kept in a vault at the lowest level of the facility.
Well, what have we got here? Look at this. This is
that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's in Gnomish, and it's a gentleman called Ivan von Briggs, and it's all about this place. They called it Libertas Arcanum, and he's talking about a master crystal that runs it all. Perhaps something's gone awry here. Maybe that's why we didn't know about it before, and now we got these bursts. I don't know. But it sounds like this master crystal, it's down somewhere further. I can translate it for you all, if that would be helpful. I can, just kind of look at it and give you the high points. Would that be helpful?
I believe so. Did he leave a map of the
Anything-
facility?
Uh, I'm I'm thumbing through the pages. I'm looking for a map of it. Do I find anything?
So
Let me see.
Flipping
And
through,
what-
you don't find a map, but you do find tucked into one of these. There's a sort of pocket on the side of the leather, and tucked and folded into it appears to be a sketch, a schematic. And do you want to open that up?
Yeah. Look here. Looky here. I think we should open this. I'll just take this out here real careful and set it down on the table, spread out so you all can see it.
So you open it up, and it's on this kind of thin vellum paper, and it appears to be the schematic of a highly sophisticated device that he calls an energy cage, capable of containing massive amounts of arcane energy, designed specifically to contain the master crystal.
Was there anything in there about the security of this place?
Yeah, that there all was in the writings at the beginning. It sounds like everything is powered by this crystal thing. So if the crystal thing isn't working, I'm just not sure where we're going from here.
Okay.
We're worried about taking out the crystal thing and possibly taking out some other necessary functions of this place to keep it as it is. But
I'm
there's not
just-
another way to disable security so we can make it through is a problem.
I mean, that blood is a pretty big problem right now.
It
I-
seems
What
like
else in here?
I guess what I'm
Yeah.
wondering here is like this something that the Chimera Collective knows it's all about, and it's gone awry, and we're supposed to kind of find out why, or is this something different again?
well, I think they told us to take care of it, so we're supposed to take care of whatever's down here.
I mean, either way, there's a problem. And
Mhm.
there's potentially something else inside, trapped with us.
Definitely
Well,
want to be on guard.
there's something dead in here, or what?
What?
Well, there's
But
something
what
that
killed it?
drugged the dead.
So
Drug.
at that, a book gets knocked over from the left to the left of you guys on one of the bookshelves.
I'm going to try and stealth towards it so I can figure out what it was.
Okay. As you stealth on closer, a book from the right side knocks over.
Detect
I'm
magic.
I'm gonna keep going to the
with my
left.
dagger.
Okay.
So I don't waste my precious spell slots.
Yeah.
Of
and
which I've
I
attuned with, by the way. I took the
I just
time.
realized I gave you too much information about the dagger. I meant to only give you the beginning part of it.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh.
I skimmed it. I forgot part of it anyway.
It's okay. My bad.
good.
But yes, that's
Character
that
doesn't
you
know.
would have, when you spent time with it, you would have picked up on it. It
Talk to it.
yeah, it
Ask how it
basically
is.
it has, to kind of retcon that a little bit, the dagger had a very feminine voice, but very haughty and judging. But after kind of talking to you for a little while and realizing who you were, it starts warming up to you, and you're able to kind of convince it that your power is akin to it, and it basically reveals that it's capable of detecting magic. So when you cast that using the dagger, using one of your 3 charges, magic does burst in multiple places. You see that there's little bursts of arcane magic all around you.
Does it look like that's what's causing the books to fall off? Like
And
any
it's,
kind of magic?
It's enchantment.
Enchantment. Okay.
And then you hear the sound of kind of ticking and little gears and clockwork metal moving, and peering over the edge of the desk you guys are all looking at is this tiny little clockwork figure with one large eye and little hands, and he's just kind of looking at you. And his little gear on his head is whirring.
TikTok? I dated myself, sorry.
I love it.
I'm gonna that's a fucked up movie. I'm gonna go kind of get everyone's attention and point at this creature and give it a smile. You can come out. I'm not gonna hurt you unless you hurt Jets.
It kind of pushes up and walks across the desk, and you see it's got little it kind of walks like this, like doop 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 doop, little gears working, and you see that tucked into a compartment at its back is sticking up a scroll of some sort, and he kind of bows to you.
I'll bow back. It's being polite. What you got there? On your back?
And he kind of points to his back and offers it to you.
And
moving little gears and clockwork noises.
And while she's taking it, she's gonna look at it and go, "Do you have a name?"
It kind of looks down, and its gears just whir.
Can you speak?
I'm going to talk to it. I'm going to ask it the same thing in Gnomish. I'll say hello. I'll introduce Elowin and myself and Wisteria, and in Gnomish ask it if it has a name.
It seems, and its eyes are made of two kind of lights, and the lights kind of fade and glow, kind of giving it a sort of the appearance of emotion. And looking it over and talking to it, you can kind of tell that you're gathering there's some recognition of the language, but it seems incapable of speaking.
Oh.
And it indicates the scroll at his back again. Kind of offers it.
And because it lasts 10 minutes, is the scroll emanating any magic?
It is.
Still enchantment?
It is, yes.
Yes, okay. I will go ahead and I'll open it up.
Does it have hands?
It has little kind of like clampy hands. Little metal
clamps.
Hands. Not like hard clamps. They're just like enough to hold a piece of paper.
Would I be able to, in everything that's around, would there be a blank piece of paper and something to write with that I could give him or give it, that it could maybe write down its name?
When you indicate a paper and quill, it shakes its head. It seems incapable of communication.
Okay.
In that way. But I will bring your attention to roll 20, where when you unravel the parchment, it appears to be a basic map of the lower level of the facility, or the upper level of the facility that you are currently on.
Ooh. Okay.
I don't know if we could make it so that
I'm doing that right now. Let's go ahead. So we've got the map.
If I take the sketch I have, can I overlay it or underlay it with that map? And does anything kind of line up for levels?
You take the vellum and you lay it out over the map, and when you do so, you see a glow on the map. Indicates the artificer's workshop.
Okay.
Well, they're interacting with this little tinkerer thing because she's weird about it, wants nothing to do with it. Can she kind of she's still kind of being quiet and everything, but she wants to just kind of peruse the stacks to see if there's a book that stands out or anything that she feels like she needs to grab.
Yeah, if like there's a lot of books around, a lot of papers. If you guys want to just give me like an investigation check for those that want to kind of look around a little bit more.
Really quick, just because she has a hunch, because it was emitting some magic, she's gonna like wave her hand around it and go, "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good."
Nothing happens.
Damn it.
I got a dirty 20 on investigation.
Oh yeah, I forgot the cameras are all.
You do,
flip-floppy.
however, not triggered by what you said, but you're able to see like little icons of yourselves pop up in the library, indicating that that's where you are currently.
Okay, I rolled a 13 on investigation.
Okay.
And can I see if there is a door at the north end of the what would be the north end of the library on our map? Is it a door or a hallway?
So there appears to be 2 doors in this room. One that leads to, I'll mark your crash site. Based on the map and kind of thinking things over, looking at the shape of the building based on this design, and kind of what would be facing the outside, I don't think it would be that hard with your intelligence scores to figure out that this is probably where your crash site is.
Oof. Okay.
So this was the door that you, I'll ping it on the map. This is the door you probably came in on. It doesn't show doors on this basic blueprint map, and you could tell this map's probably not very good to scale, but it's something, it's information. So the door that's available to you is this one.
And particularly when Wisteria is perusing everything, she's looking for anything she might consider of value, whether it's the knowledge value or monetary value, something she could sell.
Yeah, so let me go over kind of what you guys find here, because I think everyone had over like a 10, correct, for your investigations.
13.
Oh, Dungeon Knights, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh,
And I had a dirty 20.
Okay. We are playing a sort of horror suspense genre, under the sea facility, steampunky, sort of Bioshocky type game today.
Thank you for all those
D&D
follows too.
friendly. Yeah, thank you so much. So here's some information you guys are able to gather that I'll give to you. You discover a plaque as you're looking around. There's a plaque, and it says on the plaque, Libertas Arcanum, established 1653, which is approximately 100 years ago from today's date.
Oh.
And in quotes, there is a sort of a quote area that says, where the greatest arcanists of the realm are not constrained by the petty moralities and fears of societal constructs. The only limitation is your imagination. Seems to be like the motto of this place.
That means something hinky's going on here.
Yes.
Not being bound by laws.
And you already found the map. You found the journal of Ivan von Briggs. Mm-hmm. In addition to those things, you find an essay called The Founding and Construction of Libertas Arcanum, which, kind of scanning through it, you see that it details information about a secret society of wizards and artificers who grew tired of being constricted by their governments and the schools of magic, putting limitations on what they could research and what they could design and create. And they decided to create their own sanctuary where they could, deep and far away from any kind of limitation or prying eyes. And it took them almost a human lifetime to create this place using high magics and extremely skilled artificers. The founding team was about 6 high wizards and 6 artificers, along with their apprentices and servants.
Oh.
So that reside here in this facility.
How many people total were here?
At the founding, it was 6 high wizards, 6 artificers, 6 apprentices, and an unnamed number of servants. Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Had to.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note of that since we're seeing blood. Elowen's wondering if she's
And that
gonna come
was
across all of them.
100 years ago, so we don't know if they brought down others, or if they multiplied.
Well, it was 100 years ago, but how long ago was this destruction? How fresh is that blood?
I mean, it's dried, but it's 100 years old. We might not have found the blood.
So, anarchy, rebellion, creature. A bunch of different reasons what would have happened down here.
Some could have left before the everything happened. We don't know.
Where did we see the blood originally?
It seems to start kind of towards the center of the room, and there's actually looking. It's not hard to find. If I'm going to assume that since you guys determined it's a little bit safe, and there's several little clockwork guys in the room. They start clicking on some of the Tesla lamps, the work lamps, kind of illuminating this space. It does seem to be uninhabited apart from yourselves and the clockwork assistants, and they seem to be very benign and just kind of trying to find ways to be useful. Some of them kind of drag certain things towards you, like quills and paper and things like that. You notice once the lights get on that there seems to be multiple basically streaks of dried blood all leading out the door.
So Ellen's gonna look down at one of the little clockwork things and go, do any of you know how to write?
They do the equivalent of a shrug like this.
I'll go ahead and I'll put like the quill and paper in front.
I will mention that Crystal tried that already.
Oh, that's right.
They're incapable of communication in that way.
Well, I didn't
All
know
I can think is...
Yeah, that's true.
All I can think is the movie WALL-E. WALL-E?
That is kind of what their hands are like.
Yeah.
Yeah. WALL-E.
They're really cute, dude.
Did
Probably the last nice thing you'll see in this whole place.
Oh, that's terrible. Did this... Alright, suppose you can nod yes or no. Did this happen a long time ago?
Do they have concept of time?
They kind of just blink kind of blankly at you and bring you another book. This one's just kind of a random book on some basic divination spells, like some theory.
I'm going to ask one of the ones nearby. What was the last thing that was worked on in here? The last set of documents.
Okay, because they started bringing you.
Yeah, she's looking for documents or books. So what was the last thing?
That was actually really smart. That was a really smart thing to ask. One of them towards the back starts dragging a book. Looks to be another leather-bound journal, and two of the other clockworks come over and kind of help drag the book towards you.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up this book and look inside.
Looking inside, this is good. I wasn't originally going to give this to you based on your rolls. That was a good question. So you find the diary of apprentice Quinn Appleton. And Quinn, her leather-bound diary is soaked in dried blood.
Oh, I'm gonna point that out to everyone as soon as she's gonna set it on the thing, and I was just start going like this to pick it up and move it. She doesn't want that blood all over her.
A lot of the pages are damaged and stuck together, but you're able to make out some of the last entries in between some of the blood stains. And what you're able to see is that you're able to gather that she was the apprentice to a wizard by the name of Archmage Nox Raddick.
Nox Raddick?
Nox Raddick, yeah. And I'll post in Discord kind of the spellings of some of these things later for you. So, and I'm going to quote some of her last few entries. So she says, Nox is becoming more and more secretive with his experiments. He sends me on meaningless errands to get me out of the lab. Something about that amulet he procured. The one that is so akin to the master crystal, but different. And then in another entry, as a lot of that is blood-stained and you're unable to make out more, but you are able to make out another bit that says, so it's towards the end, and it says, I caught Nox creating minor portals to the plane of limbo. This is just not done. No wizard, not even those as free as we, will open ways to the realm of chaos. The magic there is immeasurable in power, but utterly unpredictable, and none have learned to harness such power. It just isn't done. I need to bring the others in on this. Nox could bring destruction upon us all if he continues this foolishness. But if he finds out I'm the one who told them, death would be a mercy. And then there's more kind of blood-soaked entries, and the very last line that seems to trail off in messy hand says, "Too late, I failed." And that's all.
And the blood stain in this, does it look like it got stained all at once, or does it look like it was stained multiple times?
Looks like all at once.
Okay.
It's bled through some of the pages, and so you're only able to make out.
So they're probably just flipping through bloods everywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
It's soaked into the pages, as if she probably died on it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, is if it was her dead blood, or if there's experiments and multiple blood got on this somehow.
Yeah, for time, I'll just give you that without a roll. It does look like it's enough blood that she probably died on it or near it before her body presumably was dragged away, since you do not see any bodies in the library.
There's more than one set of trails of blood out of the library.
Correct.
Yeah, so she was not the only one killed.
Can I determine how many sets?
Oh, sure. For that, I would like an investigation roll, just because there could be multiple on one drag. You're not sure.
That would be a 9.
Okay, there are at least 2.
Some Event Horizon bullshit happening down here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And that seems to be most of the like relevant information that you can find. You feel like that gives you a place to start.
Looking around, is there some sort of jar or a bag or something I can use to preserve the journal but still put it into my bag without...
We'll say you have a bag on you.
Okay.
That's basic travel gear.
Just like a plastic bag to put it in, like a...
Before
seal it up.
There's no plastic bag, but you could put it in your bag. It's dried blood. It's not soaked right now. So
could I give her a couple pieces of parchment to just wrap it in?
Sure.
That would work.
You guys could figure that out. There's other sketches that are on more mundane things, like a sketch of the lamps that are on the workshops and things like that. They don't really interest you, but you could use the vellum to kind of wrap the journal in and put in your bag. That's fine.
Is it possible for me to use like prestidigitation to kind of help clean up the blood off the journal?
You cast prestidigitation, and I would like you to roll. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be your first D100.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ooh.
Actually, it's a D300 to be specific. So I need a D100 followed by a D20 roll, please.
Fucking chaos. Why can I not find my... There we go. And then a D20.
So what did you get for the D100?
Oh, I'm rolling it right now.
Okay.
So it's a 40.
Okay.
And a 19.
Got it. Okay. So that... Okay. So as you cast prestidigitation, it works, and it's able to clean up some of the blood to where some of the pages come free a little bit, but you're still not able to make out any additional writing.
Darn it.
But it feels a little cleaner, at least.
Okay.
But the stains are pretty hard to get out, even with arcane magic like that. You also get the sense, like all of a sudden you feel your fingertips spark. And that's a little weird. You cast prestidigitation, not anything with lightning. But you feel like you can call lightning right now.
Oh no, this is so bad.
If you wanted to.
Oh, we're in a metal tin can. This is bad. Can I call lightning? Don't I have to have like an open space? Or is that a different spell I'm thinking of?
In this space, you can call lightning once as a free action right now. Because magic is freaking crazy right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And when you cast prestidigitation, you actually felt like this kind of like all of a sudden your vision went wah 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 wah, and the spell happened, but that's never happened to you before when you've cast something, so it was a little weird. Something definitely is up, but you get the sense with your arcane knowledge that I feel like I could do this.
Do I feel compelled to do this?
No,
Okay.
just capable of doing it.
Huh.
Your fingertips will spark for a little bit until it gets that charge out.
So I'm going to wrap the book in a cloth of some sort to tie it off so it's completely covered by the cloth. Almost looks like a little picnic, you wrap the cloth around your lunchbox type of thing. And she'll put that into her bag. Well, at least this gives us some idea what might be going on with why there's so much reports of magic if he was opening these portals.
Do any of you know any magic? Spells?
Nothing here. No. Not
I
at
have
all.
Very, very small, limited use of some spells. A spell.
I would recommend to be careful, because something hinky's happening when you're using magic. I just got a feeling, and might have to do with the chaos.
The plane that we're talking about has an excess of magic. Does it feel like it's been amplified in this area?
I don't know about the area, but I certainly feel amplified.
Good to know.
Overcharged.
I'm charged and ready to go.
So
I'm going to pull out one of my pistols and
Okay.
hold it and just see if it does anything unusual.
feels pretty normal right now.
I will ask the little clockwork if they have the research notes from Nox.
They don't
If-
they don't move towards anything. They just stand still.
She presumed with this secretive, she wasn't going to find anything, but I had to ask.
And just to kind of move us along a little bit, you guys feel like you found everything of interest in this space, and you know that time is limited. This space is dangerous. You don't want to get too tired here. You should probably move on.
I'm more start scouting out the door that the bloodstream's going to drag out, because I'm assuming that's the only other door in the library.
Mm-hmm.
See if, again, I'm more check for traps, see if it's locked, see if there's anything I can see on the other side that might be dangerous, if I can see through it, if I can't.
You cannot see through it, but it looks to be pretty similar to the other door. You don't know what's on the other side, though. I'm not going to make you roll for it. It looks exactly like the other door.
Okay.
I got an idea here. If we open this door, how about I just stand kind of in line with the door and look through with my scope thing, and we'll see if I can see anything that looks to be alive.
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
I like that.
Elowen, you want to pull on the door and I'll try and help you?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and...
Are you secretly hoping your strength is better than mine?
I think
This door actually is not hard to open
Okay.
because water isn't pressing on it.
Okay.
So that's a good sign. Yeah, as you spin the wheel, it spins with ease, and you can tell.
Okay.
Okay, we're not about to die by drowning.
That's
You
good.
open it up.
That's good.
You find yourself in another glass hallway that leads into another doorway across the hall.
When
Where
I
do I
look
go?
with the scope, do I see anything?
Looking it through the scope, give me a perception check. And based on the map, you would be able to tell the audience hall is ahead.
Yeah, I'm leaving the map up for those.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be with perception. That's going to be a 19.
Okay. With I would like you all to roll a d12 for me. Now this is a sort of randomized encounter roll. If any of your rolls matches my secret roll, something might happen.
Oh.
That's fun.
So
I like
tell me
it.
what you roll.
4.
I got 4 too.
Hey! Do we win? 'Cause we
Good,
got-
12.
Oh, nice.
So
I just
looking
wasted a
through-
really good high roll.
Yeah.
Looking through your scope, you're scanning through, looking around. You think to look up. Looks clear.
I said it looks clear.
Let me take a look down the hall, see what I can see in the next room before you guys carry through. And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of do a general sweep for traps and try and stealth ahead to try and get a kind of idea of what's coming up.
So
And a
it's.
peek into the next room.
I think at this point I've put the scope back on top of the rifle.
I assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a tiled floor, leading, and it's got. If you guys have ever seen pictures of SeaWorld or been to SeaWorld, it's like, you know, like that circular kind of domed shark tank.
Yeah.
That's essentially what you're kind of walking through, minus the treadmill.
That's terrifying at deep waters. That's
It is.
terrifying.
And you see dark shapes kind of swimming by through the glass. But you're able to kind of walk across. There's nothing else in this hallway. It seems pretty safe. The door across the way is the exact same kind of door as the other. It has that same kind of spinning wheel mechanism.
We pretty much assume all the doors are like that unless specified.
Yeah, I will tell you if it is different.
Uh-huh. So when we get up to that door, I'll motion them forward.
And I'm just going to assume like that you're investigating and checking for traps on these doors, okay?
Yeah.
So just to kind of save time, I'm going to
Rogue
use your
mode.
kind of passive investigation on that, okay?
Okay.
So you don't sense that anything's dangerous here. And you guys start spinning the wheel to open the door. And you open it up, and it reveals a large chamber within, which I will describe in a moment as we are going to take our final break of the evening.
Anxiety
Yeah.
side.
Right, for the last portion of Fathoms of Madness for this part 1 of our part 2 series.
Don't go anywhere.
That's cool.
And we are back.
Hi. So, for those of you wondering, Wiznat may not be able to join us. He had a family emergency, so we're sorry to miss him. But just means things will be a little bit dicier for the rest of our group here.
Yay.
No.
So we will continue. So
Wait, that makes me the tank. Shit.
Oh, there's a Sirenscape on the Roll20, Zoro.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
How dare you?
Really? You know what? When I move in 2 weeks, I'll have my 3 monitors back and it'll be
There
glorious.
you go.
The words of Xena, it'll be glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
This is
I'm gonna jump right in because we're short on time. But so if you don't mind, sorry guys.
Let's go.
So you open the door and it reveals a huge circular auditorium with descending stairs that lead to and there are 8 staired aisles all around. So it's sort of like a theater in the round. Leads to a center stage, presumably where the residents would present their successful experiments, discuss, basically give dissertations on their research and show off what they've done. The room is larger than needed for the amount of people that you read about in this facility. Very ostentatious. Each of the 8 aisles are adorned with long red carpets and electric lights that dimly light up the area that lead to the center of the stage and then lead back to the top of the stairs where there are these kind of stone generic wizard statues looking down upon the stage. Along the top of the top level is a circular section of red carpet, like it's a hall that leads around. And along the circular walls are paintings of great wizards, famous wizards in their schools of magic.
Are there 6 of them?
You'd have to take a closer look. The majority of the lights, I will say, are pointing towards the stage, which is a brightly colored tile blue, and there's a dais in the center. But each painting is dimly lit by like a little lamp that's pointing at it, and then the aisles are dimly lit.
I would like to cautiously approach the stage area.
Okay.
And kind of investigate the podium area.
Same.
Okay.
And the dais.
Are you all heading down the same aisle, or which there are 8 aisles? Are you spreading out? Like what are you guys doing?
I want to spread out. I want to see.
Is the trail of blood, has it stopped, or does it come into this room? And if it comes into this room, I'm going to try to follow where that goes.
Okay. So give me an investigation roll for that. And then the others, kind of how far apart are you? There are 8 aisles, so we'll call the one that you just walked into number 1. Like, about how many aisles over do you go spread out?
Aisle between us? So
Yeah.
if she's on 1, I'm on 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say I want to be like 1 or 2 aisles away. So, yeah, I didn't want to go that far at all, just in case. So, that's perfect.
And 17 on my investigation roll.
Okay. So with the 17, it's odd. You know that there was a blood trail leading out of the library. You know it went partway down the hall, but you're not able to pick up on one in here.
Okay.
The carpeted red floor. It could be that it's a little difficult because it is red carpet, but you don't see any darker stains.
Okay. Looking through the scope on my rifle, I'm going to just kind of do a sweep of the room. Do I see anything?
So sweeping through as you look, just carefully, nothing is pinging infrared.
Okay. What about like the area that Elwyn and Wisteria are heading towards in the center?
From where
That's
you're
the
at
dais.
the top of the aisle, you can get a pretty good view of the whole room, and you're only getting pinged on your companions.
Okay.
They're lighting up as red, but not
Thank you.
anything else. Yeah, to be specific. So you guys head down the aisles towards the stage, correct?
Did I pick up on the fact that we didn't pick up a blood trail in this room, or that it left off in the hallway somewhere?
You
I
did.
would mention that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Then you
I
clock
think
that.
Because
with
I've got
that-
my rifle up and I'm obviously looking and looking for that kind of thing. So I'll mention that.
Okay.
So with that, I'll activate the amulet to sense undead in the area.
Okay. You activate the amulet. No pings.
How long does that last
Good.
for?
I think it's just an instant thing, but
Okay.
the way it was described. But to everyone else, it just looks like she reaches up and she fills with the amulet for a moment, walking. She didn't get any hits, so she's not going to mention anything.
Is there a podium on the stage?
There is. There is a dais and a podium in the center.
Okay.
And it looks to be made of metal and crystal. It's very interesting. There's something different about it, but you're not quite sure from this distance.
I definitely want to approach it and carefully and cautiously get on the stage and take a look around from my point of view before approaching the podium.
As you look around, you notice one of the statues, you could have sworn it was about 20 feet back from where you're looking at it now. It's weird. But then you look back towards the dais.
So is there a podium and a dais, or is there one thing in the center?
Sorry, the dais is like the raised dais is the stage, and then there's the podium.
Oh, okay. That's where I was headed to, so.
Who's closest to that statue that tripped me out?
Crystal is walking down that aisle.
Okay. Crystal, while you're looking around, you suddenly hear this echo in your mind, with Elowen's voice saying, "There's something going on with those statues. I swear it was closer for a moment there. It's the one behind you, or near you. I'll point out where it was, which statue it was."
Can I think back to her, or do I have to?
You can think back to me.
Okay.
We are psychically linked now.
Okay. See, I think. Let me walk back real slow, and I'll just stand like a rifle distance away, and then we'll see what happens.
Just be careful of all the statues. We don't want to assume it's just the one.
So
Now,
I'm gonna.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna walk back so that I'm a set distance, so that Elowen can try to figure out distances and what's going on.
Okay, so what do you do? So you're facing the stage. She warns you telepathically. Where do you look there from that moment?
I'm going to
Where do you
swivel around and look at the statue.
Okay, you turn
I'm pointing
around.
my rifle at the statue.
Got it. As you're spinning around, you catch in the corner of your eye Wisteria, where she's at. There's a statue behind her that you could have sworn was further back. It looks like it's moved about 20 feet. And its hand is up in a different position than you recalled before.
You bitch! You bitch! I know exactly what's happening, and I'm not happy. I have goosebumps right now. You bitch! No!
Oh my gosh. Elowen, there's something going on with Wisteria and a statue behind her. Looky over there.
At that point, because I can only do it with one person at a time, I will actually, because Wisteria was kind of close to me at the time, she'll say out loud, she was like, "Wisteria, look out behind you with that statue. There's the statues, I think, are moving."
Mysteria's gonna whip around, drawing her rapier as she goes.
As you whip around, you see that the statue that's Elowen is closer to the stage, but up the aisle from her, that statue seems to have moved 40 feet towards her.
Motherfucker.
And she'll just call out right back at you.
I'd
Yeah,
like
she
you guys
fixes
to go
hers.
ahead at this point and roll initiative.
Yeah, you bitch. That's the worst episode.
I don't know what you're talking about.
you bitch, I know. Just really quick, if I'm on the stage, do I have a view of all the statues at this point?
So you're almost onto the stage. You're about to get up onto the lip of it.
Got it. Okay. So, just really quick, since I looked around and was like, oh, there's something going on with the statues. Do I now see 6 statues, or what? How many number of statues are there?
Whipping around, you see that, and now that you're kind of like worried about the statues being more than what they are, you notice that 4 of the statues don't appear to have moved very much, and 4 others seem to be in variations of movement. The farthest one is the closest to you, that was directly behind you, Aelwyn.
Fuck me. Okay.
So 4 appear to be in a different position at the moment, but there are 8 statues total, 1 for each of the 8 aisles.
Okay.
Are we going to use the initiative tracker on Roll20, or we keep track it somewhere else?
We can use the tracker. Let me get that.
God, the second you said that, I just got instant goosebumps. I was like, I fucking hate that episode.
Actually, just to save time, because this is a unique encounter. So just give me your initiative rolls.
Should probably roll
20.
the right die.
Okay.
15.
And 13 for. Whoops, put out the wrong name. 13 for Owen.
15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. With
Which is funny because I rolled a 13 on the die.
And
4 for Crystal.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, I don't
These
think you get
things
that, but yeah.
work a little weird, so.
Yeah, I kind of presumed.
So
Okay.
just want to kind of get an order of what you guys want to do. Elwyn, I'm going to go ahead and say that you were able to make it to this stage.
Okay.
And you pulled yourself up. And I'm going to change what you guys see on Roll20, because there is something unique on the stage. And can you give me just a quick, I know you're concerned about the angels, but give me what's your passive perception actually?
Not high, I don't think. 10.
Okay, it's enough because you're right on the stage.
Okay.
Let me move.
Should we move our tokens? You're changing the map anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of was gonna
So
Oh.
what you
See
see
if I zoom out a
on
little
the
bit.
stage is it's a blue tiled floor, and there's what I don't have depicted here is there is a pedestal in the center made of crystal and wood, and with that perception and that being that close, you are able to make out that there is a glowing box trapped in the crystal. All around it, you see there are holes. There are circular holes that seem to have the names of something in them. And there's a stack of discs on top of the pedestal with different symbols on them. Now, I'll be clear with you guys.
only I
This
see this.
encounter is a timed puzzle.
Yep. Uh-huh.
So you've got an enemy in the room with you.
Mm-hmm.
There is something you need to get, and you need to solve this puzzle in time. So we're
we
gonna
need to get the discs. There's no discs there.
You have to figure
Okay.
out what to do with this puzzle.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
So there are names, there are discs that you guys should be able to manipulate these tokens yourselves.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And I'll remind you of the setup of the room. 8 aisles, statues, 4 of which are moving right now. Paintings are along the edges of the room. There's the stage, the pedestal, something trapped inside. And you can tell just the hair on the back of your neck is standing up. You feel as though something is hunting you.
I could probably put 2 and 2 together, say, okay, there's 8 spots. There's 8 statues, making at least that connection. Now, just obviously, I don't see these tokens, but is it just the names I see?
So you see that there are discs, and you can't quite make out the symbols just yet.
Okay.
But I'll give that to you just to make things go by a little faster. I'll give that to you for free. You had enough time to see that the discs are kind of scattered a little bit on the pedestal. You see they have different symbols on them.
Okay.
And you see that there appear to be names inside these circles. So this initiative, I'm not concerned with speed necessarily. I'll let you know if you have enough to get where you want to go. I'm just doing an initiative tracker to essentially ask each of you kind of what you want to do this turn, where do you go, that kind of stuff. So starting with the top is Wisteria. And I will assume that Elowen, do you want to share that information with the group?
She definitely would, because again, putting 2 and 2 together, 8 statues, 8 names, 8 discs. She notices the pattern, and so she will point out basically that she thinks that these statues are these people that are these names.
Okay.
And something needs to. It looks like a puzzle. She doesn't know how it works yet, but she's like, it's a puzzle of some sort. Has to do with these statues.
If that's the information she relayed, weren't there also 8 paintings in here?
There are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be clear, there are 8 large paintings, and then there's a few smaller ones scattered around.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd allow me. I think it's too much time, but I don't know if you'd allow me to like quickly describe what each disc and name are, or at least the discs. She's more concerned about the discs, honestly.
Well, given the information that was given, is there anything unique about the statue in front of me? Can I take the time to look at it to see if there's something that stands out about this statue versus
Sure.
fixable or perception of it?
Use, so for your action, you're staring at the statue that was directly behind you, correctly?
Yes.
Correct? How close are you getting to it?
How far away from me was it?
So it was about, it had moved about 20 feet towards you. And you were, let's say, about halfway down the aisle. So it is currently 10 feet away from you.
No.
I will remain stationary where I'm at to look over the statue, see if there's...
Give me an investigation check.
That is a 19.
With a 19, you remember that at the beginning, the wizard's statues had their hands clasped in front of them. This one's hands have gone up like this. So there's been some movement there. But it looks like a statue. It looks like stone.
Okay, so there's like nothing in his hands, no plate on there for a name, nothing like that?
Nothing like that.
And just for the sake of the mental picture, were the statues underneath the larger paintings, the 8 main paintings, or are they kind of off to the side of them?
Oh, like the paintings in between them?
Yeah, were the paintings in between them or above them?
The statues, the paintings.
Yeah.
So there's the aisles that lead down towards the center stage, and then there's like a round hall basically that goes around.
Yeah.
And the paintings are up against the wall in that hall. So it goes floor of the hall, and then the aisles start and the seats.
Okay. Okay. A more call out. I don't see anything on the statue that is unique. Could it be the paintings? And I'm more move back. So I'm like 30 feet away from this thing.
How are you moving back?
I am walking backwards. I'm not taking my eyes off this thing.
Metagamers.
No, this is an enemy. She's not breaking eye contact with an enemy.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Got it. So you walk directly backwards.
Yeah.
And about, you wanted to get, we'll say
30 feet, if I can.
We'll say that you're able to move. Backing up, I think you could get it to that your back's to the stage if you want to.
Okay, that's what she'll be.
Okay. And next we'll see what Elowyn would like to do. Where are you currently looking? Just to remind me.
So I'm up, and I'm at the podium.
Okay.
So and the podium's in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, that's which way is the podium facing? Because that's probably where she would be looking. Although no, actually no. After they pointed out about the statue by me, I would probably be looking in the direction of that statue.
Okay, so you kind of glanced at the dais and the discs, but then you whip back around and you look at the statue. It has moved 5 feet forward, but you're keeping your eyes on it right now. What would you like to do?
In my line of sight, can I see any of the paintings?
It looks like you're gonna have to get closer, or somebody will have to get closer.
Okay.
Because you can make out, like the one directly across from you, you see a lot of red, and there's writing down below, but you can't make it out from that distance.
Okay.
I'd say you're able to see, it looks like fire is involved in this painting.
But I probably won't be able to know what name it is if it's in between stuff. I'm going to try something.
Okay.
And it's more of a way to see if it will actually buy me time.
Okay.
So it's like a waste, but not a waste. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Prestidigitation in my palm. And when I hold it up, an eyeball is gonna be on the palm. And it looks like it's blinking, because I can create an illusionary effect. And I'm going to have my hand out facing the statue, turn away for like 2 seconds, and turn back and see what happens.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check.
Bitches better not know what's happened. 22.
Okay. So you do that. And this Prestidigitation is a cantrip, correct?
It is, yes.
And it's more...
And it can last for an hour.
But it's like an illusionary effect?
It's an
correct?
illusionary effect, yes. But I'm making it look like it's blinking, like it's an actual eyeball.
Okay. So you do that. And you look away and you look back, and the statue seems to be staying in place.
Okay.
It hasn't moved.
Okay.
You metagamer.
Good thinking.
I'm just teasing you. It was a good idea.
Well,
I knew you would pick up on this real fast here. It's all good.
I felt like my character was smart enough to pick up that, like, okay, all three of us have looked at statues, like, oh, it's fine. And we're like, oh, wait, oh, that's different. So yeah, I'm going to have my hand out the whole time, at this statue at least. I can't bonus action to put it in my other hand.
Make a roll real quick. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to then shout out to the other two, already knowing that Wisteria's kind of caught on, and go, check the paintings. They may have the clue, especially that one over there. And I'll gesture over at the one with the fire.
Okay. And that brings us to Crystal.
Okay.
And you, last I checked, were looking at the statue that was behind you.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure how this works in 5e, but what I want to do is something that we call tumble through in Pathfinder. So basically what I want to do is break into a sprint, and I want to use acrobatics and I want to charge the statue, but I'm going to veer off to one side as I go past, and I'm going to kind of do a somersault past them so that I can land up on the other side of them near the paintings, and then start running around to try and look at the paintings and the names and yell them out.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check.
I don't suppose we have hero points, do we?
I will say, I meant to do this for you guys. Go ahead and take.
It's okay. I got a 20.
Oh,
Dirty
nice.
20.
Was it a natural 20? Dirty 20?
Dirty 20.
Okay. But I did want at the beginning for you guys, taking the time to create your backstories and stuff and sharing them. I wanted to give you all inspiration for that. So go ahead and add that to your character sheets.
Thank you.
Points or
Never
whatever.
hurts to ask.
Yeah,
Thank
of course.
you.
I meant to
Thank you.
say that at the beginning, but I was a mess at the beginning.
All good.
We're playing till 11:30, correct?
Yeah.
That's our usual. Okay.
Unless you want to go a little longer.
Probably not today. I wish I would, but I don't want to keep our audience up too late. But we'll see how long this takes.
Do it.
So you're able to definitely just as you described, you're able to leap over and somersaults, and you land right in front of the painting as intended. Are you facing the painting?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the painting, you managed to reach. Now this one is you are across the way from. Let me see, where was Elowen? Yeah. So you are across the way from Elowen and the painting that she pointed at. So it would have been difficult to get to her painting, but you are able to get to the one that was right in front of you, because you said you wanted to go past that statue.
Yeah, I want to go past, and I'm going to start trying to do a lap of the outside edge.
So what you see is this beautiful female mage with flowing blonde hair and a cloak billowing behind her and a starry night sky, and she's leaning over a crystal ball, and in writing it says Odamari the Wise, and then it says below that divination expert.
Okay, I'm going to share that information, shout it out so that the other two can hear it. Crystal ball, Odamari, and divination.
Okay. And
can I go any further than that on my turn?
So you look at the painting, you shout that out, you turn around, and you see 20 feet, and it moves 20 feet again. It's about 5 feet away from you is one of the statues, and the one that you flipped over, its face has morphed, and its eyes are wider, and its mouth is opening. And I would like a Constitution save from you.
Come on, fighter. Come on, fighter.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Eight.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Oh no.
I mean, what have we got to lose?
No.
Okay. Woo!
Well,
21.
Very good.
Go ahead. You mind?
So you see the mouth is wide open, and it's almost like this wizard's jaw has been unhinged. It's just this wide, gaping void. And you feel like your life force was being sucked out of you, draining towards the statue, but you're able to shake it off and back up 5 extra feet, and you'll be able to move further away next turn. And you're just kind of watching it. It doesn't seem to be moving. Not right now. And you're about 10 feet away from it now. So good job.
Okay. And that's as far as I can go on that turn.
Yes.
Okay.
And that brings us back over to Elowen. So she's shouted out this information. You've got these discs in front of you. You're looking at this statue. You got your hand up towards another one.
Wouldn't have my turn popped up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, wait.
Sorry, you're
whoa.
at the top. Sorry, I had messed up at the beginning.
No, it's
when I
okay.
wrote my order. So sorry, Wisteria, you're the top of the order. So we'll start with you. Sorry about that.
Given
Um,
she
So yeah,
got-
information was shouted out. You know that you also know there's discs and there's something up on the stage. You are currently, I believe you were staring at your statue.
Yeah. I was staring at my statue.
And it was about 20 feet away from you. Or no, 10
It was 10 feet. I moved back.
And you
So I was
moved back.
so up against the stage. So I don't know how
So
far
you're
away
about,
that put
it's
me.
about 30 feet away from you now. You're
Okay.
up against the stage.
So as my bonus, kind of as I move, the nearest painting to me, because I know that I can just she got that information off the painting based on the verbal conversations that we're having around me.
Mhm.
I presume. So I would like to, instead of running up one of the aisleways, I'm assuming there's seats in between the aisleways.
There are, yeah.
I would like to kind of crouch down and move through the seats instead and try and like hide in the seats.
So the seats are all connected and they're all mechanical. And so there's nothing underneath them like in a movie theater. They're mechanical. They kind of like open up and close, but it's solid. So you can jump over them. You can kind of creep through the alleys made by the seats themselves that would go horizontal instead of the aisles going vertically up and down. But you can't go like under the seats.
Okay, never mind then. Don't think she's at the intelligence level to know that they're looking away, so it's causing these things to move. She kept her eyes on it because it was an enemy, but now it hasn't moved. So she's going to break eye contact to run towards the nearest painting if I can get there, hopefully. And I can use a bonus action to dash if I need to.
Got it. So you sprint towards. So do you go down? You're not going down the aisle that with the statue you were staring at.
No.
Going down.
Probably the next closest aisle that leads towards a painting.
Okay. I will mark that. And you are able to get up to the painting and you take a look. And this painting is, let me pull up my information on that one. This one has a warrior mage. And he is casting this sort of arcane shielding and trying to survive the blast of an ice dragon, a white dragon's frost breath. And underneath it says Avius the Great, Abjuration Specialist.
I'll call out Avius the Great, Abjuration Warrior Mage. Because she doesn't know what's on these tiles, so she's going to go with what she thinks is important.
Okay.
And that's where she'll end her turn, because unless there's more moving, and then she'll keep moving towards another painting. But
What's your next intention to
we
do?
keep moving to another painting.
Focusing on the painting. Okay.
Yeah,
Noted.
because in her opinion, the statue's no longer moving.
Got it. Let me take a few notes here on that.
Much as I know, she doesn't know.
Yeah. Okay. And then heading, are you going towards where the statue that first moved? Are you heading that direction or away from it?
Away from the statue, just in case there is something else kinky going on there.
Probably a good move. All right, noted. So that will bring us over to Elowin. You've gotten a few clues now.
I might be able to do this. So, of course, hand still out, staring at the statue. I'm going to put the crystal ball. Oh, I can just do it. Udamari. And then as a bonus action, can I move another token?
Okay, so you can move one. Yeah, I'll allow you to move another.
Okay, so Udamari is the crystal ball. And then most likely the shield. Oh, slightly off center. There we go.
Okay, and
Great.
you notice when you place those discs in them, they that you hear this clunking like, and some steam comes up and it lights up.
From the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Like it's clicking into place and has activated something.
Okay. And I'll just shout out to everyone, I think it's working. Keep going. And then end looking back at the statue.
Okay, and when you so you click it into place and you look up, you had your hand on that statue. You do notice that the statue in the aisle over, when you looked away from that area, and everyone else is no longer looking in that area right now. That statue has moved forward about 20 feet down the aisle. So there are two kind of moving towards you now.
Okay.
But you've looked back up and it's gotten, because it seems like your hand can only stop one.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more limited than your vision is.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Okay. As long as I can have one not do anything, that's better than all of them.
Smart.
So, well, and if I could use an action, I would have it in both my hands and be like, because it's not concentration, I'd just be like, but again, that would only do two. So that's my turn.
Okay. So that brings us to Crystal.
Okay. Can I tell which way Wisteria is moving?
So you can give me a perception check. Just for free. Just a free perception check. Just to see if you can hear, because you're looking at the statue right now. Unless you want to look around. Do you want to look around?
Well, I mean, I've got my rifle with the scope.
Okay. Well, do you want to look around to see? Because you could see her if you move your head.
Is it an action?
No. I just need to know if you're looking or listening.
I would kind of be trying to get an idea of where she is. I would have to look because I need to know where she is and which way she's going, because I want to cover as much space as I can. Like, I don't want to run into her and we end up in the same place. I want to stay kind of on the like if she's here and I'm here, I want to stay on the opposite side, so we're covering as many of the paintings as possible.
So this is what happens. You know you need to figure out kind of what direction Wisteria is going, and you look around and you see that she is to the left of you. Elowen is at the far right, but nothing, basically the right hand side is open to look at the paintings. And then you feel something draining on you, and suddenly you feel the presence of one of those statues, and out of the corners of your eyes you see it. And I need you to make a Constitution save for me again, as it has moved 5 feet and is now in range of you.
Okay. That would be, these dice are amazing.
Thank God for fighter.
Oh, do I get a plus? No. That's on a just a minute. So that is that on a Constitution check?
It's the save.
It's a save.
So it's your con modifier plus proficiency.
Oh wow. Okay. So that would be
should be really good for you as a fighter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. That's why I was double checking. So it's that's 21.
Yeah, you're fine. So you feel that drain on your life energy, and at the corner of your eye you can kind of see that gaping maw is right on you again. Where would you like to go? You're able to shrug it off, and you know that this area is to your left now. Do you want to rush to the right?
I'm going to the right.
Okay.
But I'm not stupid. I haven't lasted this long by doing really dumb things. So I've got my rifle up, and I'm not going to turn my back on this statue that keeps moving closer, but I'm going to move to the next painting if I can get there.
So-
on my right.
You were looking at Wisteria, you see at the corner of your eye, all that happens, then you're like, shit. And you pull your focus fully on it and back up to the right towards the next painting, keeping it in your vision, correct? Keeping
Yes.
your rifle trained on it.
Mhm.
You back up, you hit the back wall. You know that you're right next to a painting.
Okay, I need to. I'm holding my gun.
You're about 30 feet away from the statue now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the painting.
Okay. You turn around, you look at the painting, and you see so this one has a very handsome almost like Egyptian descent man. He's got kind of like a thick mascara, tan skin, and he is holding out his hand like almost like a come hither kind of look, and there's a figure of another man standing there, jaw slack, and there are swirls in his eyes, and it says Natosh the Beautiful, enchantment.
Is he single?
It's Ashwine now.
No, I want to know.
Okay, I will convey that information.
And it was Natosh the
And-
what?
Natosh the Beautiful,
The beautiful.
or Natosh, he's very handsome. There's swirls around, and he's enchantment.
Okay.
And is that all I can do on my turn?
So you look at the painting and you call that out. What do you want to do after looking at the painting?
Snap immediately back to look at the statue and keep my rifle trained on him.
Got it. You snap back, you look at the statue. It appears like it has moved that would have taken you so about 15 feet. You are still 15 feet away from it, so you're all right now.
Okay, is there anything else I can do in my turn or no?
We're gonna say that that's it for now.
A free sentence? Or
Sure.
no?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Or if there's a check you do.
I motion towards, like, I assume this gun's got a flintlock or something on it, and I kind of rub my finger over it, and I look at the statue and I say, "Excuse me, sir, but I wouldn't be coming any closer if you know what's good for you."
Statue seems to not move or react in any way.
The statue will remember this.
And I look kind of pissed off with him.
Oh yeah, you are. You felt it trying to mess with you twice now.
Oh man.
You're for sure mad at this thing. So yeah, right now you're about 15 feet away from it. You've handled that statue painting. I'm guessing you want to head over to the next one over to the right next, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll come back to you on that. That brings us back to the top Wisteria. Who would you like to do?
I'm moving to the next painting that's not towards that statue that was weirding us out.
So the painting to your right has already been looked at.
I guess I'm moving left.
Because you went to, that was the one that, oh wait, no, sorry, there's one more to the right that you can go to.
All right. And is that direction take me in the same direction as, does it bring me towards
It's going to bring you away from the
Crystal,
previous
or-
statue.
and towards Crystal?
However, there are static statues still in that area, but so far they haven't moved. Luckily. And then the next aisle over is the aisle that Crystal's currently in. So you're basically moving one aisle to the right next to Crystal, who's facing to the right and is going to move over to the next one. So you're kind of moving clock like a clock right now, but or a reverse clock.
So she's moving in a counterclockwise motion from what I've seen her do.
And you're starting to go in that motion too because
Okay, I think we better go to.
in between the two of you that hasn't been looked at yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab that one first, and then I'll switch to a clockwise position.
Okay. So you go to that painting, and are you going straight there? You're going backwards? What are you doing?
Well, from her perspective, she's heading straight there. The thing didn't move again, so she's fine.
Okay. So you head over that direction. Just making a note.
Yeah.
About that far from
He's
you.
focused on the paintings because she put the statues out of her mind after it did attack.
Yeah, and you did that last turn too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I actually would be this far now. It had a longer way to go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's closing in. So you see this statue has a little girl in it, and she has dark hair that's kind of covering parts of her face and is long, and she's in like a simple kind of white nightgown, and she has holding in her hand she has kind of this like translucent like figures, like a seahorse kind of dancing around and some fish, and they're kind of like dancing around her hand, and her eyes are pure white, like they've been blurred. And the writing underneath it says, Ivira the Mysterious. Illusion.
So just like last time, she'll do Ivira the Mysterious Illusion.
Oh, that one's throwing me in for a loop for that one is. Okay.
And as you shout that, are you just staring at the painting shouting? Are you looking any other direction?
I think at that point she'd swivel her head to project towards Elwyn better.
Okay.
So she'd turn around and look towards Elwyn.
You see that the statue is about 15 feet away from you. It's moved. Its eyes are beginning to open wider. Its mouth is starting to get slack.
With her intelligent wasn't one of her best stats, so would she be able to put two and two together yet that they're moving when she's not looking at them, or she's still kind of in the dark?
That's up to you. What do you think?
Give me a round to figure it out, but that's the direction she'd continue to look because she was looking at Elwyn.
Okay. So and which direction do you intend to head next?
She's going to pass by the statue of the knight and keep going, or the warrior mage, and keep going that direction.
It's a
So I'm
painting,
going.
but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right directly in that path, so the statue that's chasing you essentially is in that hallway. So you would be passing it.
Okay.
So is that the direction you want to go?
Yeah, because she, in her opinion, it's a stationary statue. She's going to jump over it or jump around it.
Okay. So describe exactly how you get around it.
So there's a wall to one side with the paintings on it. There's a statue, and then there's the essentially the statue in between aisleways. There's all the chairs and everything in between.
You're in the center section that curves around. It's standing in the middle of that hall on the red carpet. The paintings are on this side of it. The seats are on this side of it.
Okay.
And there's some pillars and other statues and stuff going on all around, but you would basically have to pass either in between the statue and the seats, or go down an aisle and like clearing around it, or on the side of passing the statue on the side of the wall and the paintings.
Okay. And is the room between the top of the statue and the ceiling?
Yes.
So she would want to, and if she has to jump off a pillar, then kind of dash and kind of parkour off the pillar onto the wall and then over it. But she basically wants to tumble somersault over the top of this thing and land down on the opposite side of it and keep moving.
Okay. About how far up are you trying to get? Just clearing it, or?
She wants to clear it with a comfortable distance. She doesn't want to be like barely clearing it. That's not comfortable to her. She wants like a 5-foot distance between her and the statue.
Okay. That's going to
with her being unaware of the abilities of it.
Okay. I've got a DC in my mind. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check, or athletics if you want to use more.
It will be acrobatics.
Of that musculature thing.
It's not a great roll, but we'll see what happens. Skills, acrobatics. So that's a 16.
Okay, so you're able to get past the statue. You're not able to clear it as much as you would like, but you have it in your sight for most of that. Nothing seems to happen. You land on the other side, and I'm guessing you start heading towards one of the paintings.
Yeah, she's going to keep. And if I should have bonus action left, I think, so I can dash with the bonus action.
Okay. So we'll say on your next turn, we'll say you make it over there.
Okay.
You're starting to head that way fast. I will take note of that.
Just trying to put distance between her and that statue.
Yeah. Because right now it
is what it is.
It's about like 5 feet away from you, but I'll keep in mind that you're trying to move fast and whatnot. Actually, give me a Constitution save.
Fair enough.
I just don't think there's a way you can get around it with that.
I don't think there was either. So, that's kind of shitty. That's an 11.
Okay.
That is not my thing.
That is fine. Okay. Oh no. You feel as though you feel cold all over. You feel like something is draining you. You feel weak. And you're going to take 6 points of necrotic damage.
Given that she's a phantom rogue, does this coldness seem familiar to her?
It doesn't.
I like when she interacts with the entity she has to.
Feels very different.
Okay.
It's strange. Like nothing of that you've ever felt before, and you've actually interacted with spirits.
Mm-hmm. So I had to ask.
Like a spirit. Yeah, I'll give that to you for free. But yeah, it rolled very well.
Yeah.
So you start heading away. You do feel that you were able to pull away from it though. We'll see how far you get. And so that brings us to Elwyn. You've got another set of clues.
Yeah, although it could be one or the other for that second clue. So how far away are those other two statues that I see coming towards me?
Right now they are. You've been keeping them pretty much at bay.
Okay.
One of them had gotten much closer to you, but you've had your hand on it almost this whole time.
Okay.
So it's still only it had moved like 40 feet.
Okay.
Towards you, so it's about 30 feet from you.
Okay. So I still got a little bit.
And the other one is about 40 feet from you.
Okay.
Because you and your companions had that one in their line of sight for longer until they started doing activities.
Right. So, of course, with my hand still up.
Oh no, wait, actually you looked away. Sorry, that one, the one with the hand would be 40 still away from you. And the other
one that I've had distracted?
Yeah,
okay.
The one you had distracted. And the other one you've had to break contact with and everyone else has been looking away. So that one's actually about 20 feet away from the stage.
Okay.
So it's much closer now.
I am going to go ahead then, and it's kind of a way for me to help myself at the same time, buy me some time, because I don't know if it's one token or the other on that, the illusion girl, because it could be one or the other. So what I'm going to do is, with hand still up, I'm going to back up about 20 feet, cast Mage Hand, and I'm going to have the hand move the token, the swirling token, over on Natash.
You go to the other side of the stage, you cast Mage Hand, and you grab which token you move? That
It's
one?
the swirly one, yeah.
Okay. And you put that over Natosh.
Natosh, yeah.
Okay.
Because the way the swirl was described, I'm assuming it's that one over the other one.
And you hear the same sound. It clicks in a place, click,
Okay.
and it lights up.
Okay. And I used my other action to do the mage hand, so that is my turn.
I'm gonna go ahead, just for speed reasons, allow you to do another one. Since you
I
have
don't know
another
which
turn.
one it is.
Fun.
Take a guess.
That was my first guess, was this one right here, and then I was like, but is it this one? So I will, you know what, if I'm given this opportunity, it will be a chance to see if I'm right or wrong, I guess. So yeah, I'm going to, it was Ivera.
Okay,
Put that
and you
one there.
hear and it lights up.
I did go with my first instinct. Okay, sweet. I put eyeball at first, and I was like,
It's
Or
the
is it
clouds
the
in the eye that
swirl?
made me think that.
shit, yeah. That's why I was like, oh.
The swirl is actually why I was confused on whether there's going to be a swirl of
That's
blue
what
or the
threw me
swirl
off.
of
What
swirls.
threw me off was the swirl. I was like, okay, well, there's things turning, but there's okay. So yeah, okay, yeah, and that's my turn. So of course, as soon as I'm done with the mage hand, giving myself this distance, I'm also trying to, I don't know if it'll work, but I'm also trying to look out of my peripherals at the statues to somewhat keep an eye on it while I'm having the mage hand move around. And as soon as I'm done, just look directly back up at those statues.
Okay. And I think I would say that most of you start catching on at this point. I would say all of you catch on at this point that the statues seem to move when you break eye contact with them. So from this point, just to kind of move things along a little bit since we've reached time, I'm going to turn this into a group skill challenge. So you know what the objective is. You guys are trying to get to the paintings without breaking eye contact on the statues. There are 4 moving statues in the room, some closer to you than others. I'm going to go around and ask you what skill you would like to use to help you solve the puzzle, to help you get to the paintings, to help you avoid the statues. Basically, how are you going to help your group be successful in this situation? And then we'll roll and see how we do.
I would like to use communications. Or just straight up intelligence.
But when you have an idea, let me know.
Yeah.
Give it some thought.
I want to continue to dash, dodge, and roll all the way through, trying to get to these paintings as fast as possible.
Okay. Speed. Let's see if you're fast enough. Give me we could say acrobatics or straight dexterity.
I'll take the acrobatics. And that was an awesome roll. That was a natural 20 for 26.
Natural 20.
Nice.
I switched dice for that one too. I'm glad I did
Oh my
it.
god.
I'll describe what happens in just a moment. Anyone else have any ideas?
I would continue doing the backup around to look at the rest of the paintings, call out the information, and I will hopefully use my constitution to withstand attacks from the statue if it gets too close.
So you're kind of making yourself, I'm hearing maybe you're trying to make yourself a little bit more of a target to draw that away from your group using your
If I have to.
your strength, your constitution. So
And I don't really have taunt as such, but just, letting the statue know that I mean business, I'm doing this, he's coming through my rifle if he's coming for me.
I mean, you did smack talk it earlier.
you've evaded them twice. They don't like that. So yeah, go ahead and give me a constitution check or something else related to con if you prefer.
Constitution. And I get my proficiency bonus, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is going to be a 19 on the dice plus 5 is 24.
Yeah, you guys are nailing it. Okay. And
The time we need that.
Elowen, what are you doing?
It's not necessarily a skill, more of just straight up intelligence of me piecing together the information that they are giving me and me matching the puzzle. So unless unless the puzzle solving would fall under investigation, it would probably be straight up intelligence to try and relay the information they give me, as well as trying to be smart enough to make sure that none of these other statues get closer to me.
Okay, so we'll call it, yeah, you can use intelligence to, basically the way I'm going to say this is you're hearing the clues as they shout out. I'm still going to have you solve the puzzle, so I'm not going to give that to you for free.
Oh, okay.
But what I will say is you're using your intelligence to, you've been watching the movement of the statues and you've been timing it in your head for about exactly like how long and how far they can go. So you're using your intelligence to do the like calculus math in your head to figure out how long can I look away and move throughout this stage to keep myself safe from these statues and solve this puzzle at the same time. So we'll call that, an intelligence check. That's
okay.
fine.
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to cast Mage Hand. That way, if I need to maneuver myself away from these statues while still solve this puzzle.
Yeah, you still have Prestitation up. You still have Mage Hand up.
Oh, nice.
Another
Okay,
one?
I got a 19 for 21.
Here's what happens. So Wisteria is flipping around, parkouring off of columns, and she's hopping and like superhero landing in front of paintings, glancing up at it, shouting out the information as she's dashing over to the next one, narrowly missing two statues that have, another one has come alive and is coming towards her. She dips around them, giving herself enough space to, and she's kind of figured out how far she has, and just badassing her way past. And
doing the flippity flips.
doing those flippy flips. And
Parkour.
Crystal is got her rifle up. She's just kind of bad mouthing these statues as she's moving along, keeping as many in her line of sight as she can, glancing over at the paintings when she knows she's clear. And occasionally she does feel a few of them kind of start trying to draw that energy, and she's just pissed, and she just uses that anger to fuel her and just is able to just shrug it off. And she also just in her anger gets off a few shots and to make them back off, and it chips off some of the stone on them. Doesn't seem to have too much of an impact, but it makes her feel better about it. And she's able to shout out the information on some of these paintings. It comes down to Elowen, who's doing mad calculus in her head, and she hears the final clues given to her by her companions. So let's see, you have Ivira, you have Odamari, you have Avarice, you have Nutash. So you hear Ropon, the Renown, Conjuration, and it's a symbol, they describe a painting of a number of wizards walking through an open portal.
Ah, that's the portal one. Okay.
I don't know what that is. I'm like, it looks like water, but I know it's not water.
I thought it was a whirlpool at first.
Yeah, me too.
Another, and this is a really simple puzzle, the challenge is getting past the statues.
Yeah.
The next one is Edor the Punisher, which was the first one that you clocked. It has someone hurling a fireball, and it says evocation.
Okay.
And then you see, this one's a little bit trickier. They describe someone called Euphora the Odd. And they seem to be, they've got one hand on some rocks, and then there's kind of like a swirl in between the painting, and in the other hand is gold. And it says transmutation. A little bit tricky.
And that was Euphoria?
Yeah, Euphora.
Euphoria. Sorry. Euphoria. Sorry.
Yes, it was Euphoria.
It is
The
an odd
last
feeling.
The last one is the darkest painting, filled with skulls and some undead creatures being risen by a dark-robed figure. And it says Zarius the Powerful, Necromancy.
And click, click.
Yep. So click, shh, glow, and then the crystal in the dais in the center breaks, and this case that was trapped inside falls to the ground in front of you. The statues still are moving towards you guys, though. What would you like to do?
So I'm sorry, you said something opened up in the center or something?
Yeah, the crystal pedestal broke, and an ornate box fell and slid across the tile towards you.
I would like to pick that up, please.
Okay.
One-handed.
You are still in danger. The statues, every time you move your sight, are moving closer to you. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna use Mage Hand to grab it and bring it towards me. Do I see a door that's open? Aside from the one that we just came in.
The door's all closed behind you. There's the door that you came from, and there's another door. I'll bring you guys back over to the map so you can see.
Okay.
So there appears to be 4 doorways. You remember the one you came from that leads to the library. If the map isn't hard to memorize. I would say you guys probably kind of remember or can reference it quickly. Which direction would you like to go?
I'll shout out, I'll shout out, greenhouse?
Agreed. And I'll continue to flip, dodge, dash, and just running for the door.
Did they, when I superimposed the maps in the library, did they see what I saw, that the workshop looked like there was we should be going there?
You're not sure what it indicated. It was a schematic of the energy cage, and it was written and designed by a gnomish artificer. And the location that kind of lit up when you put the schematic over it was the artificer workshop. You're not sure what that means, but that's what happened.
Okay. I'm gonna yell out, what about the workshop?
The statues are getting closer as you guys look at each other. Every time you move away from them, they get closer. I would like you all to roll a d12 for me real quick.
We can get there from the greenhouse, but we just gotta get moving.
Yeah, workshop. 7.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
8.
Gillytown or Wisteria, I need you to give me a con save as one of the statues is caught up with you.
Shit, no. Below 10. Lower than last time.
3 points of necrotic as the statue opens its wide maw, or has it open when you look at it rather, and feel it suctioning from behind.
So, given the image in your mind of where we are at and where the doors are at, I'm heading towards the nearest door. I don't care which one it is.
The nearest door for you is the door leading towards the... Let's see, where were you? You were moving to the left, because you went right and then you went left. So that would be towards the dining hall.
I'm moving towards that door, and we have to get out of here.
You're close to the greenhouse, though, too. You're almost right between them.
I'll head to the greenhouse since that one was called out, but that's where she's going.
Okay,
she's not going to make it.
You head towards the greenhouse.
Seeing as how she's just running without, oh, stop, we did this. It's like, you know what? Fuck it. We have no time. I'm just following her.
Okay.
Me too, but I'm going to try to do it in a way that I'm kind of going sideways so that I can still keep my rifle trained on as we head out. And I'll follow them up.
Hand out too as I'm running, looking back so I don't trip them back.
You make it to the door, making sure at least one of you is looking back, keeping as many statues in your view as you can. You spin open the mechanism that opens the door, pull it open, slide inside the hallway quickly, and shut it behind you, locking it back in place. Hopefully these things can't leave that room. You find yourselves in another tiled hallway with that eerie glass dome around you, dark figures moving throughout the water, and a door on the far end, presumably leading to the greenhouse. And that's where we'll end tonight's session. Good job,
Oh.
guys.
God, goosebumps! That whole freaking
Yes.
first part. I was like, no, I don't like.
Loved it though.
Oh, wow.
And then I got cocky because I was like, oh, they do necrotic damage. I'm cool. Everyone else
Thank
not
you.
so much, but I'm cool.
You guys did a good job. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for, I'm having a really great time. This is my first time DMing on the channel, so thank you all for joining us, and I hope you come see the conclusion of our Fathoms of Madness one-shot next Monday, same time, 7:30. We also have many more shows that we feature on the channel. At Behold Roleplay, we have, this game is replacing a game we had No Way Out for a while, which was ended, and Mass Effect, DM'd by Zorro from E3, our wonderful player, plays Aelwyn. Will be coming back after the one shot. I believe we have set for September 6th,
I believe, yes.
for that to come back. We also have, we need to update the show list to say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we do.
Tuesday is our Destiny Forged game, and that one's one of the longest running campaigns that they have on the channel. Alternating Saturdays, we have 2 games during the day. Withered Wastes, which is a kind of apocalyptic or magic apocalypse style game. Right now we're in the deserts, and alternating on that is our Wayward Wanderers game, which Siva is in. And so please, come check out those alternating Saturday games. And we also have first Saturday of every month is Behold Lore. Zoro from Re 3 is one of the hosts, or is the host rather, right?
I am the host.
You're the host, and where they talk about the expansive lore that is featured in many of our games here at Behold Roleplay. So please come back and check us out. We also have a YouTube if you guys are interested, or you missed part of the video of this game. If you came in late and you want to check it out later, Zora will have that up for us later on. So again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Please don't forget to follow, and should also mention that our channel does support charity Extra Life. So if you have a few extra dollars, please donate. It's a great cause. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us, and we'll see you next time.